notice. All the electrical cables linking extension cords, etc. Please be very careful when you're circulating. You will see they're not covered, so they are a trip hazard. So please try and bear that in mind when you're walking around the room. My name is Sinead Lynch, and I am a reporter in the Scottish Government Planning and Environmental Appeals Division, or DPEA for short. I have been appointed by Scottish ministers to hold an inquiry into the application for Greystone Knowe wind farm, which would comprise of 14 wind turbines and associated works on a site to the south-southwest of Heriot and west of the A7 in the Scottish Borders Council area. After I have heard all of the evidence from the inquiry and hearing sessions, and taking into account all of the written submissions which have been sent in to date, I will report my findings to Scottish ministers in the form of a full report on all topics, not just those we will be discussing this week. My report will contain a recommendation as to whether or not I believe that consent should be granted for the proposal. The intention is that my report will be submitted to ministers before the 4th of June 2025, and at this point in time there is no reason to think that that deadline will not be met. The first thing I would like to do this morning is take a note of the parties that are taking part in this inquiry session. So we will move to the introduction of participants and their teams. I will start with the applicant, and Mr Trinick, could you please introduce your team?
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning. My name is Marcus Trinick. I'm a solicitor. I'm a King's Counsel, instructed by Amy Howard of Wright Johnson Mackenzie, who sits to my right. To my left is Kelly Anderson, who will give evidence in this session. And moving down to the right, we have Alison Sidgwick, who will deal with policy, Lynn Sweeney, who is the project manager for Greystone Knowe, and Fraser Gillis of Wright Johnson Mackenzie. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Mr Trinick. Ms Thompson, could you introduce those representing the Council today?
Good morning, my name is Sarah Thompson and I'm a solicitor for Scottish Borders Council. I'm joined today by Kelda Platt, landscape architect. I will be joined later in the week, or later today, by Councillor Marshall Douglas and Chris Ford, who will deal with policy.
Lovely. Thank you very much, Ms Thompson. Now to Mr Campbell and Heriot Community Council.
Ma'am, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm John Campbell. I appear with the Heriot Community Council and the Fountain Hall Action Group, and on behalf of Mr and Mrs Walgate of Corsope Farm. And I have with me Ms Kelda Platt, who is I'm sharing today with the Council, and behind me is sitting Mr John Williams, who is not a witness today but is the Chair of the Community Council, and Mr Mike Walcott, who is a member of the Community Council.
Lovely. Thank you very much. Could I clarify, is Ms Platt going to be giving evidence twice or once, led by both of you? It really, I've read both precognitions, but I was just wondering,
I think the Council,
in terms of practicality,
the Council would, in the normal way of things, go first.
Yeah.
My position would be, if Ms Thompson misses anything, and I'm sure she won't, then I would sweep up. But
okay.
Otherwise, we don't want to have repetition.
Lovely. Thank you very much. And to Mr Findlay on Farms Limited. Good morning.
Morning, ma'am. My name's James Findlay, King's Counsel. I'm instructed by Susan Leslie, who sits to my left. Ian Kelly is going to join about midday, I think you've been informed as to that, and will likely be giving evidence either this afternoon or tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Mr Findlay. For the benefit of everybody, that is the order in which parties will participate for the whole of the sessions, inquiry and hearing sessions. This inquiry will take place through 5 oral sessions, the first being today and tomorrow morning's formal inquiry on landscape and visual matters, then a hearing procedure for planning and energy policy on Wednesday afternoon, followed by an evening session tomorrow evening from 7 till 9, which will address matters of importance to the local community. We will then have a hearing session on Thursday relating to conditions and specifically suspensive conditions, and finally a session on Thursday afternoon to address cumulative noise impacts. Following that session on Thursday afternoon, I will formally close the inquiry. Should anything overrun, we have some basic provision for this room for Friday morning, but I am not anticipating that we will run past Thursday evening as timetabled. The main purpose of all of these oral sessions is to make sure that I, as a reporter, understand the positions of the parties on each of the specific topics where further evidence has been considered necessary. Where there is a dispute between you as parties, I need to be clear on the reasons for that dispute, and that is so that those matters can be set out clearly in my report to ministers. Today and tomorrow, as I've said, will be the more formal inquiry process until lunchtime tomorrow, and the sessions will be broadcast live on the internet for the public to follow. They are also recorded and stored as part of the DPEA webcast archive and will be capable of repeated viewing by members of the public. By participating in these sessions, you are consenting to being filmed and to the use and storage of these images and sound recordings for webcasting and training purposes, and for the purpose of keeping historical records and making those records available to the public. Should you wish, you can find further details on privacy on our website, the DPA website. If you have any problems finding the policy and wish to view it, please speak to myself or Mr. Stewart during a break in the proceedings this week. Stuart is sitting at the end of the room. He is a DPEA staff member and is responsible for webcasting and general IT matters all of this week. Should you have any issues, please speak to Stuart, who is very capable and will no doubt be able to resolve any issue that arises. You have all been advised of the general programme for the inquiry with the revised dates and timings for each session. Hearing agendas have been circulated. Those agendas haven't changed following the change to the timetable. For those following online or those that wish to observe from the public gallery, I will give a short outline of our timetable for the week. The timetable has been subject to amendment. We all discussed it yesterday and we're in agreement. Today, landscape and visual impact inquiry session all day. Tomorrow morning, ideally a 9:30 start. We will see how we go. It's going to be quite a long day tomorrow, so if we get through quite a lot today, maybe a 10 a.m. start might benefit everybody, given that we won't be finishing till 9 tomorrow night. That policy hearing session will be here. Tomorrow afternoon or tomorrow evening, the community hearing session will be at the Station House in Stowe. That has been booked. It is available 7 until 9. We will be moving from here to there and setting up, but it should be ready to go by 7. On Thursday the 30th, we are back to our original timetable, which will be conditions in the morning and noise in the afternoon, again here in this room. It would be appreciated if participants are in the venue and ready to go by 9:20 at the very latest each morning, or 9:50 if we're beginning at 10 a.m. We will set aside an hour for lunch each day. When that hour starts will depend on the proceedings. We will try and fit it in at the most natural point to cause the least amount of disruption. We will take a break in the morning and the afternoon, probably for 15 minutes, and again at the most natural point in the proceedings. We have already, I think, satisfied ourselves about catering. For those of you who are not familiar with a planning inquiry process or a Section 36 inquiry process, the normal sequence of events during sessions like these is as follows. The advocate or solicitor introduces their witness, who gives their evidence in chief, which is drawn from the precognition already submitted and the relevant inquiry statement or report. The witness can then be cross-examined by an opposing party or all opposing parties, or not. That is entirely up to the opposing party. The reporter can then ask any questions she wishes of the witness. The witness can then be asked some further questions, referred to as re-examination, and those questions are asked by their own advocate or solicitor. Again, not obligatory, entirely up to the parties. When the evidence on all topics is concluded, parties will have an opportunity to make a closing submission in writing. For inquiry sessions, it is generally taken that precognitions are as read and do not need to be read out in full or part by witnesses. It is therefore expected that cross-examination will focus on the essential matters that are in dispute. If I consider that questions or answers are straying into matters that do not need to be included into my report to ministers, I may intervene and stop that line of questioning. By contrast, hearing sessions are less formal. These are discussions involving all the relevant participants, and they are chaired by myself. Agendas for the hearing sessions have been circulated, and I will lead the discussion by starting each item of the agenda with a question to one of the parties. After they answer, and I'm satisfied with their answer, I will invite other parties to comment. This usually leads to a further exchange of views. When I am satisfied that I have sufficient information, we will then move on to the next item. It's worth bearing in mind that the purpose of a hearing session is not to persuade me, but to help me understand that your respective position and where it differs from the position of other parties. Again, so I can clearly set out those differences in my report to ministers. My report and recommendations to ministers will, as I mentioned earlier, consider a range of other matters that have been raised in consultation responses and in written submissions already made to the Energy Consents Unit. All of those written submissions are available on the DPA website at reference WIN-140-9. I have already carried out unaccompanied site inspections of the site and the locality in late 2024 and also in the past few weeks. This included viewing the site from the viewpoints set out in the environmental reports and also from the road routes surrounding the site to the east and to the west. I've also walked part of the core path network in the vicinity of the site, including the relevant viewpoints and the paths in the general vicinity of the village of Heriot and the site itself. During this inquiry, I will determine whether or not I need to make additional accompanied site visits or whether I make unaccompanied site visits to relevant viewpoints. We can discuss that later. An accompanied site inspection means that all parties should attend with me, and I would emphasise it won't be an opportunity for further evidence to be discussed. It will simply be to ensure that I've seen all of the relevant physical elements of the proposal that we might have discussed during these oral sessions this week. Finally, before I move on to some brief housekeeping matters, it's worth reminding ourselves of the importance of being courteous to each other throughout the proceedings this week. You will no doubt hear people saying things that you don't agree with, but please try to be both polite and respectful to all parties. Give other parties the time and opportunity to express their views and to give their evidence and to answer questions in the same way that you would expect to be treated. I mentioned summaries of case. It would be very helpful if participants could provide summaries of case within their closing statements. It's particularly helpful for the main parties to do that, as you will be covering multiple issues and addressing numerous documents. This means that the summary of issues in my report to ministers will be yours rather than mine, and it's speedier to use yours rather than for me to try and summarise your case for you. I will organise for a template to be forwarded to you from the office so that your summaries can be of maximum use to me in preparing my report. Previously, it had been recognised that perhaps precognitions could be used for this purpose, and that may be the case here. However, our updated guidance note 23 recognises that precognitions might only be a starting point for the discussions that will take place this week. So your summary of case may need to be updated. Housekeeping. Should any participant be taken ill, we may have to adjourn. Hopefully that will not be an issue. It is possible to leave items in this room overnight. It can be locked and they will be secure, but please don't leave any valuables in this room just in case. There will be a fire alarm test at 1 p.m. today in the hotel. There will be 3 blasts. If it goes off at any other time, then it is an actual fire alarm and we will need to leave this room. The emergency exit from this room is back towards reception and down the main steps and out the front of the hotel. If that route is not possible, there is also another emergency exit. If you leave this room, turn right and then immediately left. The toilet facilities for this room are directly opposite on the other side of the corridor. Before I formally open the inquiry session, can I ask if there are any questions regarding the procedures I have just outlined? No? Let's move on to begin our inquiry session on landscape and visual impacts arising from the proposed wind farm at Greystone Knowe. We have set aside all of today and tomorrow morning, which I'm confident is sufficient time to address the matters arising. For this inquiry session, I expect the witnesses' evidence to be given in the following order. Firstly, Kelly Anderson on behalf of the applicant, then Ms Kelda Platt on behalf of Scottish Borders Council and Heriot Community Council, and then Mr Kelly on behalf of Rayshaw Farms. Is that running order acceptable to all the parties? Okay. Are there any questions on any of that? Mr Trinick?
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, no questions, but 1 or 2 points to draw to your attention. The conditions, except the SDO Muir condition, have now been fully agreed between the applicant and Scottish Borders Council. The document will be CD 16-7 and will be emailed to you at some stage today, I imagine. The second point is we have circulated, not really for this session, but for the conditions session on SDO Muir, a copy of the map KA1 with the boundary of the SDO Muir zone marked on it. Mr Milner said he has no objection to that coming in. Other parties have had that document. I'm not formally putting it in until they say they have no objection. But if they're able to do so, then I can ask you to accept it now.
Okay. Any objections to
No, the
accepting?
council are neutral in terms of SDO Muir.
Yeah.
No, we have no objection to that.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you. That's very kind. And that document you have by email. No, you don't have by email
No,
yet. Right.
yet.
You will have a hard copy right here and an email.
Thank you very much.
But that can follow. We don't need it now.
Okay. Noted. Thank you. Have you submitted a revised agreed conditions document?
That will
That's
follow later today.
Yep.
And that will be CD 16-7. Yep.
Yep. Okay. Lovely. Thank you, Mr. Trinick. Okay. On that basis, we will now move to hearing evidence in the inquiry session, which is now formally beginning. Mr. Trinick, would you like to start?
Thank you, ma'am. I call Kelly Anderson, and we will take her presentation as read. I have some additional questions responding to the evidence of others and also introducing one new document which has already been submitted. So we'll start with that document, which is 11.8.
Sorry, it takes a little while.
That's all right.
Is the A7 route assessment
Correct.
distances? Okay.
What is this document, Ms Anderson, and why did you produce it?
Thank you. Yes, we produced. It was pointed out to me that the wire lines that we had produced for KA5 and KA6, which is the northbound and southbound assessment with wirelines did not include distances, and we felt that that might be helpful to the inquiry, just in case you needed that information. So we produced this to read alongside that.
Thank you.
I'm going to just intervene for a moment. And can I confirm the only change in those wirelines is the inclusion of the distances?
That is correct. It's just factual, no amends or changes, just further information.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. The next point takes us to CD 1043, which is the Woolmere decision made recently. And do you have the cumulative visualizations hard copy?
Yes, I do.
It'd be helpful to get out CD 115 Part 2, which is the hopelessly heavy volume of visualizations. For this case. CD 115, 2, and I think that subdivides in turn. It's volume 3.
Volume 3 visuals.
That's it.
Yep. Sorry, it's been slightly...
Thank you. Ms. Kelly, this decision came out after your submission of your recognition,
Yes, that is correct.
so not an opportunity to consider it to date. You want to take us to one or two points in the decision, so please do so fairly briefly, please.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, they were just, having read the decision, I thought that there were a few things that were relevant and had a parallel to this case. Firstly, just to confirm, Woolmere has been consented for 8 turbines at 149.9 metres high, just to the north of Heriot. Paragraph 49 of the report. It's on page 7, if that helps.
Yes. Is that the paragraph beginning the RVAA study?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I thought this was relevant in that the applicant's RVAA for the Woolmere did not include residents at Nettling Flat because they were over the 2 kilometre sort of distance, but they are located about 2.2 kilometres away on the opposite side of the valley from the wind farm looking across, and they are also in an elevated position, which strikes me that there is a parallel between Nettling Flat and Woolmere and Crookston area and Greystone. So it strikes me that there's a similarity that's very close at hand. And the reporter considered the impacts on those residents, and in paragraph 53, just a little bit further down in that page, considered that these properties...
I think you can take that as read because it relates to Woolmere and not to this site. But
Yeah.
you've drawn attention to the paragraph. But I think your invitation is the reporter might consider it worthwhile visiting what? Visiting where?
Yes, visiting perhaps Nettling Flat, just to get a sense of, and again, you can use, we have visualizations from our set. We also have a viewpoint from Nettling Flat, and you can, and it's cumulative, so that you can see the impact of Woolmere for those residents.
Can I confirm, is that viewpoint 5?
Yes.
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 I have actually already.
Okay. Oh, that's
have,
fine. Right. Okay. That's great. Thank you. Then moving on, paragraph 62, Fowler Moor, SLA. Again, Woolmere is about 3.1 kilometres, and the reporter found that it was designated for its secluded and natural upland character, which is rare in Midlothian, and again later found and noted that Woolmuir had appeared as a middle distance background feature, which did not intrude upon the seclusion and natural character of the moor to the extent that the designation would be undermined. And I think if we go to viewpoint A, Fala Moor, which is one of the illustrative in our set of visuals.
It's the first one on the set.
It's the first one in the illustrative. It's at the very back of that sort of large volume.
So is it volume 2B?
3. Sorry, volume 3. It's the A3 with the visuals.
Okay, sorry. And
After the photo montages, there are then some illustrative wirelines.
which viewpoint?
And one of them is from Fala Moor. It's illustrative wireline A from Fala Moor.
Which number?
It's not a viewpoint, so the reference is A rather than a viewpoint number.
So wireline visualization A1?
Yes,
Yep.
that's the one. And I think that there is a parallel in that Woolmuir is visible from this viewpoint as well as Greystone. And again, I have assessed a similar consideration for the impact on Fala Moor SLA, that it forms a background feature. So I think that there is quite a parallel between what the reporter drew here and my assessment. And it's worth noting that Woolmuir is a couple of kilometres closer than Greystone. Yep. Paragraph 69, which is about the MPF4 localised impacts. Again, the reporter found that the significant impacts extended as far as about 8.1 kilometres, but was typically more contained, and noted that there was no definition of a localised impact in MPF4, but finds that the landscape and visual impacts as localised in relation to MPF4. Just moving on, the last couple of very minor points.
Yeah.
I noted in paragraph 77, the reporter mentions the National Cycle Route 1 along the B7007 and B709. I mentioned in my report, as part of the research undertaken for this inquiry, I realised that Sustrans appear to have delisted that along that route. But it is still a regional cycleway, so I'm not saying that it's not a cycle route. It's just they seem to have delisted the national status of it. Okay. And again, finally, when I was reading through the report, I noticed what might possibly be a mistake in the report. Paragraph 85, where the reporter mentions Greystone in terms of the cumulative effects from viewpoint 8. When I looked at the Woolmuir assessment from viewpoint 8, their Woolmuir viewpoint 8 is actually from Gorebridge, rather than, which didn't make a whole lot of sense. I think he meant viewpoint 12 from Lauder Common. So the description in there makes a lot more sense if you assume that it's Lauder Common rather than Gorebridge. And that was it on that.
Thank you. The next point takes us back to Lauder Common. You get out Mr. Platt's inquiry report for Scottish Borders Council and also your KA3 figure. at the inquiry report, we want paragraph 5.6, where Calder Platt gives attention to the viewpoint 11 from Lauder Common, and she states that the viewpoint represents views from within the Lauder Common area, second and third line in that paragraph. Now, by reference to KA3, I think you want to respond to what Ms. Platt says.
Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you. Yeah, if you could have a look at KA3, you'll see that viewpoint 11 is visible. You don't necessarily need to go to the viewpoint, but I think if you understand where the viewpoint is, you look at the ZTV. This is KA3, is the bare earth to blade tip ZTV. You'll see that quite a lot of Lauder Common has no visibility whatsoever. And I think that I just draw the reporter to your attention that I think that Ms. Platt's judgments with regard to viewpoint 11 at Lauder Common just apply to that, where the viewpoint is, and not to wider Lauder Common wider. I disagree that it is representative of within Lauder Common, but it's certainly been chosen to represent the worst case impacts at Lauder Common.
Thank you. The next point is about the landscape sensitivity assessment. I'm not sure we need to get out CD 712, which is the capacity assessment in this case, or relative sensitivity assessment, whatever we call it. But we might get out, please, Calder Platt's precognition for Scottish Border Council at paragraph 2.3. And what she says there is the siting and scale of the proposed development does not effectively subdue or mitigate harmful effects overspilling into this character type, that being LCT 114, am I right?
Yes, that's correct.
Yep, which is unsuited to development of this size. I think you want to respond to what's said there.
Yes, thank you. The point that I want to make here is the end of that sentence, which is suited to development of this size. In capacity studies, like the Ironside-Farrer study, when they were undertaken, the way those are undertaken is you assume that the development type, in this case wind energy, is actually located within that actual landscape character type. So the basis on which those are carried out and the sensitivity and the capacity is identified is actually for development in that area. And the relationships of other landscapes to each other is also considered as part of that analysis. So I don't think that you can link the way that Ms. Platt has linked the unsuitability of that landscape type, the Galawater Valley, as being unsuitable, and that somehow the impacts there are, you can't link the conclusion of the Ironside-Farrer report with these effects in a neighbouring landscape type. The assessment of sensitivity of the upland pastoral valley, the Galawater Valley, has already been taken account into its own sensitivity. So I don't think that it's appropriate that you should link that conclusion with impacts in the adjacent landscape if it's not the host.
Thank you for that. Next exercise, we need CD 115 to the photomontages and wirelines, starting at viewpoint 5. Sorry, viewpoint 1. Now, we can do this exercise quickly, please. I'll just go through them briefly. What you're responding to is Kelder Platt her review done for Heriot Council and others, paragraph 4.3, where she talks about, and paragraph 4.4, which talks about a perception of the development leaking into surrounding character areas. And this is in the context of landscape character impacts of the development. And perhaps you go to which figure you want. You must choose within the viewpoint 1 set. Which one do you want to take us to? The photomontage?
Yes, that would be great.
All right.
That's 1E.
1D.
Yeah, 1E.
Am I in the right set of visualisations? Are we on 2B or
2C.
2C? Fine.
So the point we're looking at here is whether or not the landscape character effects arise within the pastoral valley uplands, LCT 114, by virtue of development within the adjoining landscape type 90, the Morford Hills. Just quickly.
Okay. Sorry.
Okay.
Thank you. So again, viewpoint 1E, if you look at that, you look across, so from this viewpoint, you look across the upper Galawater Valley with the A7 in the base, flanked by pastoral fields, but the turbines are located within the upland area above the valley. So you can see that the turbines are perceived within the moorland rather than within the pasture, which is perceived as part of the valley. That would also be 2E. Again, you're located within the Galawater Valley here, and you're looking across to those pastoral fields. But again, the turbines are well beyond those pastoral fields. They're not perceived in the pastoral fields. And as you've been to this viewpoint already, you can appreciate that once you get up on the sides of the valley, you really do appreciate the moorland surrounding. So whilst you don't necessarily see the moorland in this particular part of the view, you are very much aware of the moorland that's becoming very apparent and has much more moorland influences. So it is, you do perceive it, although it's not in this precise view, as being located within the moorland.
Thank you. On to viewpoint 3, please.
And this will be 3D.
Sorry, 3E. So
3D. Yeah. So again, this is taken from the A7, from the valley itself, but at the sort of northern end of the valley. And again, here the turbines are clearly visible above the horizon and would not appear to be within the valley itself. And I guess the main point is, although they're visible from the valley, they don't appear as being located within the valley.
thank you. Viewpoint 4, please.
Could I just halt for a moment? Stuart, I have lost my Wi-Fi connection. I wonder, could that be...
No. I think what happened is it tried to jump you back to the Hydro one rather than being on that one. It's back now. Yeah, it looks like you're back, but I think that's all it was. It just tried to jump.
Okay, fantastic. Apologies. I am restored. So, viewpoint 4.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, so that's 4D, and this is from the edge of Fountain Hall, where again turbines are visible within the valley. It is, you do have impacts within the valley itself, but when you perceive the turbines, they are perceived within the upland moorland, and I think you can see some of the moorland fields. So again, it's not perceived as being in the valley itself, but within the moorland.
Finally, to viewpoint 5. Now, viewpoint 5, just to lead you a bit, is not within the LCT 114, is it? It's within LCT 91, the plateau grasslands. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. So again, Nettling Flat, again an elevated viewpoint, and as Mr. Trinick said, it's located not within the Galawater Valley, but in fact in the plateau grasslands.
Hold on a moment.
Sorry.
No, it's fine.
You sure? Carry on.
And therefore it is characterised sort of locally by the acid grassland rather than moorland, because although it is considered an upland type, it's not a moorland upland type, it's a grassland upland type. So really, I think that's the point to make, and you do very much see across the valley, and you do perceive the turbines within the moorland landscape rather than within the valley, the Galawater Valley.
I think if we were to go, sorry ma'am, another document,
Okay.
to 711C,
Could I have the name of that? I'm struggling.
711C.
Which document is that? Because I might have a hard copy.
It's the Landscape Character Assessment 2019 by then SNH, the Plateau Grassland bit of that document.
Sorry, I'm struggling to connect to the Wi-Fi,
Sure.
and therefore to my core documents.
Ma'am, we could help with a USB.
We may have to in a moment.
We have a loaded USB, so.
You are on now. It keeps on just trying to jump you to...
It keeps kicking me out of mine and trying to connect to the hotel and then losing in front of it. Cheers.
If I can find it in my handbag.
Yeah, so you are connected to it now.
If I do use a USB, is that going to work in this? Am I going to be okay?
Okay, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to make forget that now.
Okay.
So maybe forget that.
Right.
There you go. That should be.
Right. We'll try. I may resort to the USB. Thank you. Right. Remind me the CD number.
711C.
711C.
And it's the description of the Nature Scott Landscape Character Description 91.
So LCT 91 plateau grassland borders.
That's correct.
That's the one. So you're drawing attention to this in the context of the answer that you just gave for viewpoint 5. So carry on, please.
So again, I think what you've got to bear in mind is that this, the plateau grassland landscape character type 91 is already characterised by wind energy development, and that's noted as one of the key characteristics in the baseline landscape character assessment.
Thank you. A small point from Kelderplaat's inquiry report for Scottish Borders Council, at paragraph 4.2. And once people have got there, sorry, I'm to take you on a voyage of the documents, but to the KA series, if you've got them.
Yep.
It's the 11.2.
Okay. And which figure?
KA 12.
Oh, no, it's actually, it's happened again. Every time I open a document, it kicks me out. I do apologise. This is quite frustrating. Thank you. Well, would you like to know?
All your biographies. Happy to show you.
To the Wi-Fi thing.
It's in the KA series, it's KA 12. Wireline. Samson will tell us in a moment.
A, 12A, yeah.
Okay, that was the one that I used. That one's not coming up. What I'll do is I'll try and move. I'm just going to keep it as close as I could to the webcasting.
So the USB. Oh gosh, where is it? Should be. No. Oh no, here we go. So, applicant evidence, BUD evidence, spatial models, to go with. I'm just looking to see on your USB where it's saved.
It's in 11. It's in the applicant's evidence.
Yep.
11.2 KA 12.
KA 12 wireline from Headshaw Hill.
That's the one.
That's the
12A.
Okay.
Now, what you're doing here is responding. Sorry, microphone on. What you're doing here is responding to Kelderplaat's inquiry report for Scottish Borders Council, paragraph 4.2, where she says, with regard to the Lammermuir Hills SLA, there is insufficient evidence as to whether the special qualities will be adversely affected by the proposed development due to the scoping out of this SLA based on viewpoint 17. Your response is to produce this viewpoint, 12A. Tell us about it.
Thank you. Yes, so we produced 12A to ensure that you had enough evidence in order to make an assessment. And again, I think what you'll find is we've not found the impacts to be significant, and in this case, I've chosen this viewpoint because it's at the nearest point of the nearest high, so that you have a contrast between the viewpoint that we included in the EIA and this one in order to appreciate the impacts. And again, the location of that is and when you have a look at the wire line, you can see that Greystone now is over 10 kilometres away, and it is pretty much behind the operational Toddleburn. So it would be perceived in an area where there's already wind farms in front.
So 2 more points. Firstly, bearing in mind MPF4 policy 11.2, that is to say the advice that generally, not always, generally, significant landscape and visual effects which are localised or where mitigation by design has been appropriate, will be acceptable, or where mitigation by design has been appropriate. You recall that advice?
Yes.
I rehearsed it really badly, but you know where I'm going.
I do.
Thank you very much. It was. Are you experienced in assessing commercial scale wind farms of this type?
Yes, I am. I've been doing that for the last 20 years.
You've carried out LVIAs of a number of them.
Yes, I have.
Do you feel significant landscape effects in this case is, as you would expect, less than you would expect, more than you would expect, taking into account the scale of the wind farm and the landform and topography of the area?
I would say that it's a little bit less than I would normally expect, having carried out a lot of different wind farms. I think it's a bit less than you might expect for a development of this scale, as you say, in this location. I've undertaken a lot of IAs and reports and final decisions, and it's not at all uncommon for significant effects to extend out to 10 kilometres or beyond. So I would say that this is actually less than might normally be expected.
Thank you. My final question is, since the cumulative assessment update of October 24, have you taken any steps to verify whether or not there are any in-planning or scoping stage projects?
Yes, I can confirm that we have checked as of last week, and other than Woolmuir, there's been no change into the status of any of the proposals, and there have been no new proposals that have been submitted locally, and nothing in scoping that's been submitted locally within, say, 10 kilometres.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Would you like to stay there, please? There may be some questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Anderson. We will. Ms. Thompson, do you have any questions for Ms. Anderson?
I do, thank you very much. So it's clear from reading your reports that there are significant landscape and visual impacts. And I think the dispute is to what extent they apply. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Is this development set back into the host landscape?
It's clearly located within the northern landscape.
And would you describe it as being removed from the surrounding landscapes?
Yes, there is a degree of setback.
How would you define, in your professional capacity, the concept of overstilling from one landscape into another?
I think when there is a blurring of landscape character elements and characteristics, It's not a term that I normally use. It's not something that landscape and visual assessments normally carry out. So, yeah.
Thank you. If we were to look at core document CD 1.2,
Which one is that?
that, if you give me a moment, I've lost this. That's the Environmental Impact Assessment Report, which is the main report.
Yeah.
0.4.
Yes.
This is discussing primary landscape and visual mitigation in siting and design of proposed development. And there are 5 points. These include location within an open upland landscape, setback from surrounding more sensitive valley landscapes, separation from other landscape, large-scale wind energy developments and such like. If we were to look at setback from surrounding more sensitive valley landscapes, can you explain how the siting of this particular proposal satisfies this requirement?
Yes, we are located clearly within the moorland landscape itself. We are not located within the sensitive valley, the Upper Golla Water Valley, and there is sufficient setback in order for the, whilst we have identified that there are significant impacts on the Golla Water Valley, and again, in my experience, that's not unusual for there to be significant impacts on neighbouring landscape character types. Valley are not of the highest magnitude. They are less than the highest magnitude. So whilst they are significant, they are not of the highest magnitude, and therefore we have had sufficient setback.
But given the sensitivities of the Golla Water Valley, would it be that this should be further away or set more into the neighbouring, into the host landscape?
Well, sorry, could you say that again?
Given the sensitivities of the Golla Water Valley, obviously, could this have been set further back away to mitigate the impact on that more sensitive landscape?
So the sensitivity of the landscape is very much taken into account. So we were aware that it is very highly sensitive. We identified that as being high/medium sensitivity, and that is one of the reasons why we have identified the level of impact that there is. So if it had been a less sensitive landscape, then there might have been a lower level of impact. So identifying a major moderate impact does include an understanding of how sensitive the landscape is to the proposed development. So again, I go back to the previous answer, we're not at the highest level of magnitude, so we believe that we have set the development back sufficiently.
Thank you. If I could take you to the core path in the area. What would you consider to be the impacts on the core path from this development?
Is there a particular core path that you mean?
Core path 33.
33, yes. Yes, we have identified, a significant impact on the core path. The core path is not that far away, and you definitely on high ground. It doesn't affect the entire core path. There are certainly parts of the core path in the valley which are unaffected by the proposed development, but certainly when you get onto high ground on parts of that core path, there is a significant effect on your visual amenity.
That could have been put in place to reduce the impact on core path 33.
Not really. When you're up onto the elevated landscape, there's not a lot that you can do to screen it at that point. You, as you know, if you've been to the viewpoint or to the core paths, when you're up onto high ground, you know, the nature of the views from high ground is very much elevated, open views to all of the surrounding uplands. So, not really.
Thank you. We could move to the A7, so the key tourist corridor. There's across the borders, taking more into go through a sort of more rural into a more urban part of the borders towards Gala and Hawick and beyond. If this proposal were to receive consent, what changes to that landscape or visual impact would you expect there to be to users of the A7 corridor?
I have identified a significant visual impact for users of the A7 within about 5 to 6 kilometres. That section, as the A7 comes down through the upper Galawater, through the Galawater Valley, that upper section, there are going to be, whilst it won't be constant and consistent, there will be some open views of the proposed development that will be clearly visible, and I have identified a significant effect.
And over what distance?
So about the distance of about 5 through the Galawater Valley.
And does that take account of, I appreciate Wilmuir has only recently been consented, does Wilmuir feed into that, or would that distance be increased if you were to take Wilmuir into account alongside Greystone now?
It certainly won't be increased to the south. In terms of the total combined impacts, Wilmuir is a little bit more visible from the north, where Greystone now is not quite as visible, but not hugely.
Would it extend the distance, or would it be two different areas? Impact on a 6 to 7 kilometre area. If you were to add to Wilmuir into that, would that extend that, or would that be a separate area in terms of impact for users of the A7?
There would be some both combined visibility, so that's where both Wilmuir and Greystone would be visible together along some sections of the A7. There are also going to be a few sections, I think I can have a look at the ZTV, but there are a few sections where I believe Wilmuir is visible and Greystone isn't. So that would be more of your sequential views.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Thompson. Could we move to Mr. Campbell, please?
Good morning. I'd like to start with so that you don't have to get too much stuff out. I just really want to focus on your recognition and your inquiry report. I'll try and take things in the same order that you present them, so that you're not flicking back and forth too much, I hope. If we could start with the recognition. And forgive me, but there are a number of things I just don't understand, and I'd like you to clarify. Don't think of these as necessarily a challenge, it's just for the reporter's benefit. Starting at 2.1.1, you talk about Planning and Building Standards Committee members and other parties. And other parties is a phrase that recurs throughout this document and the report. Does that include the Community Council? Is it meant to include the Community Council?
Yes.
Now, it's quite striking in the recognition that you don't really take up any of the points that Kelda Platt makes. You don't challenge her, you don't seem to use the recognition to challenge her conclusions. Is that fair? Is that what you were trying to do in the recognition? Or were you trying to just summarize your position, your case?
Yeah, the
summary of your case. So you didn't see it as a sort of opportunity to pick up the opposition?
No.
All right. sometimes you see precognitions are used for that purpose. And simply
Yes, yes.
in the precognition at 2.1.2, for the first time, but this is something that's repeated, you talk about design principles, and the proposed development, you say, responds well to the design principles set out in the LVIA. Now, I slightly struggled to find identifiable defined principles, or design principles rather, in the LVIA. Can you help me with where I should look for those?
Yes, I was just taken to those by the council, by Sarah Thompson at the council, in the EIA.
Well, bear with me. If we go to the precognition, if we go to the volume 1 of the EIA, volume 1, the text. At 2.6.2, where you're discussing your layouts, we can see a series of bullet points, can we? Sorry. 2.6.2.
Yes, I can see that.
Are those design principles?
No.
What are they?
They look like some constraints to me.
Constraints. All right, I'll note that for the moment, thank you. In the same document, could you go to paragraph 5.6.4, which is I'm sorry, bear with me, please. On page 5-14.
Yes, I've got that.
You got that? You're talking here about design considerations. That's the chapter heading. Primary landscape and visual mitigation is embedded within the siting and design of the proposed development. The design approach is discussed in chapter 2, discussed in chapter 2 with key landscape and visual considerations, including, and then there's a set of 5 bullets there. Are those design principles?
Yes, those were some of the specific principles that we set out for this specific development.
Are there generic design principles in your discipline that you follow?
There are some set out, yes.
See, it's important for the public to understand whether any design has been applied at all to the location of the turbines, or whether it's simply a matter of getting in as many as possible into the red line. And I'm sure you've come across this argument before. The reason I raise it with you is that you talk throughout your report about design being embedded. You use this word embedded. Mitigation being embedded. And I am having difficulty. What should we understand by that term?
So embedded mitigation is mitigation that is part of the design process. There are several different types of mitigation. You can also have secondary mitigation, which is perhaps applied later. So when we talk about embedded mitigation, we talk about the mitigation that we have already applied to the proposed development to get to where we are. And again, the vast majority of the landscape and visual mitigation tends to be embedded, but there are lots of other different types of mitigation, particularly for ecology or perhaps shadow flicker or noise, which gets applied after and is more secondary mitigation.
Okay, well, I'm not interested for the moment in secondary mitigation. I'm interested in the use of this word embedded. And it's important because it translates into policy. and we'll no doubt hear from Alison Sidgwick later on about that. When you talk about embedded, and this may just be a matter of English, what you're really saying is applying your best skills to the best design you can. Is that what it means?
Well, it specifically means the mitigation that's included in the design as
Yes, and to identify what that mitigation is, we have to understand that what the design principles are that have been applied to the particular project.
So that's why we've set them out in that paragraph as being specific to what we have tried to achieve on this site.
Let me be as clear as I can. You don't just stick the turbines down and get as many as you can on the land, do you? You make choices about where you put them.
Yes, it's part of a long design process, which doesn't just involve landscape and visual, but includes a lot of other different disciplines, environmental disciplines, as well as the client.
I understand that, but from your point of view, it is a landscape and visual issue. You're consulted at the design stage that a number of iterations were carried from one to the next until we reached the final layout. Now, what I'm trying to get to, and I'm sorry if I'm being thick about it, what I'm trying to get to is a proper understanding of what this term embedded means. And I think it means, I think from your answer, tell me if I'm wrong, what it means is you're mitigating the effect by design as best you can.
It's certainly mitigation by design, yes.
That's not quite the question I asked you. What this word means in this context. When you talk about embedded mitigation as being something that you have done in this case for this wind farm, do I understand correctly that it means that you've mitigated the landscape and visual impacts as best you can?
You're repeating the question, and the answer is the same. So embedded mitigation is mitigation that is included in the design.
Well, if embedded mitigation has to have any value at all, Ms. Anderson, we have to know whether it's the best you can do or just any old shot at it. And it clearly isn't the latter. So does it mean the best mitigation you can achieve? You keep looking at the reporter, but she's not going to help you, right? What should I understand by embedded mitigation? Just that you have applied your design skills to the wind turbines. Is that what it comes to?
Well, it's all of the design. I mean, it's not just landscape and visual that contribute to the design. It's a whole range of different environmental constraints and opportunities. And so, yes, I mean, we do apply our skill in order to achieve the best balance. But there's always a balance to these things.
Always a balance to these things. As a landscape,
I'm going to interject here. Can I ascertain, Mr. Campbell, are you trying to ascertain, is there specific embedded mitigation standards that were applied as opposed to an individual's particular professional knowledge? Am I right? Beyond what's set out at 5.6.4?
well, that's one way of looking at it, yes.
Is that a correct way of looking at it? From your point of view, given it's your question. Well,
I want to understand.
I feel we're slightly going in circles with
Yes, we are going
questions and
circles.
answers, so I'm quite keen to get to the very point of the question, see if it can be answered.
Well, the point of the question is that I still don't understand what's
Okay.
meant by embedded mitigation. And Ms. Anderson keeps referring to other disciplines and other contributions and so forth. I'm not really interested in that. I'm really interested in what you bring to the design of the final wind farm. Because you pray in aid in your report that the result that we see in front of us has had the benefit of embedded mitigation. And I need to understand what that means.
So the embedded mitigation is the mitigation that we included to mitigate landscape and visual effects of the proposed development, of which we were part of that design evolution, contributing to reducing the landscape and visual effects. And we did that particularly through those 5 points, as well as other standard ones. But those were the ones that we were particularly keen to ensure that we embedded into the design. So embedded into the design means, as you see before you, those are the things that are already included.
Right. So your evidence then is that these 5 bullets, which we see here at 5.6.4, are now part of this design?
Yes.
Right. And can we call those design principles or design objectives? Or are they bespoke criteria which you've applied to this case?
They're a bit of both.
It's hard when one and when the other is applied.
Effectively, they're the same thing. So these are the considerations or design principles. It means the same thing.
In the process of evolving the design, I don't think the red line area changed at all, did it?
I can't actually recall.
Okay. Well, would you take it from me? Because the
Okay.
figure of 2.2 and I think it's 2.2, 2.3 red line area.
Okay, yeah.
So that was a constraint on you. You had to get the turbines into that red line area, presumably for ownership reasons. Is that right? As far as you remember.
I can't quite recall what defined that red line boundary.
Try and give some context to this. Ma'am, I'm sorry that I'm labouring it a bit, but I find it important. Would you look at your recognition at 2. Got that? It's the last sentence I'm interested in, really. Yeah. The approach demonstrates that the applicant has embedded appropriate mitigation which has limited the adverse landscape and visual effects of the proposed development. Which has limited. Never your ambition, of course, to eliminate visibility. That can't be done. So when we look at this sentence, the decision maker to understand about the efforts you've made, simply that you've tried to mitigate the impacts? Is that what it actually means?
Well, as you've rightly pointed out, we can't get rid of all significant landscape and visual impacts. It's very unlikely to be possible. So what we are trying to do is to limit those as far as possible and to mitigate significant impacts as far as we possibly can, while still having a development and balancing the needs of having a development. I mean, at one extreme, you could put no turbines and there'd be no impact. So we appreciate that there's always going to be a significant impact. It's about mitigating those and limiting those as far as we can within the parameter of knowing that there are going to be some impacts, some residual impacts.
Yeah, and would you agree then that a question for the reporter might be, have you been successful in embedding mitigation such that the adverse landscape and visual effects are lessened or minimized?
Absolutely.
Right. Thank you. (2.1.8), you're talking about lighting. And once again, we come back to embedded. With regard to nighttime impacts, a reduced lighting scheme was embedded into the design. That just means, doesn't it, that not all the turbines will be lit?
That is exactly what a reduced lighting scheme means.
I'm sure it's my fault. I don't understand why you would use the word embedded. number of turbines, we're only going to light 4 of them.
So the reason I use embedded is because we have managed to agree that reduced lighting scheme, rather than being something that we do extra or secondary in order to mitigate those effects. We've identified that there were the potential for significant effects, and we've done our absolute utmost in order to reduce those. So this is another example where we've seen that there were potential for significant landscape and visual effects, and in fact we've pursued a reduced lighting scheme in order to minimise those as far as practically possible, while still balancing aviation.
You've done the best you can, in other words.
Certainly in this case, we've achieved, we've managed to, we've managed to go to a point where the impacts are no longer significant at night time. So I think that's a good result. I mean, obviously, if there was...
Well, in your opinion, the lighting consequences of this development are not significant. If you live there or nearby, you might take a different view, mightn't you?
I can appreciate that.
Yeah. I will come back to it, but at 2.1.9, you're talking about residential amenity, and we all know we can talk all day about the RVAA and how it works and so on, it's supposed to work and so on. You explain it, if I may say so, very well. The consequence of your explanation is that despite the findings of major, moderate and significant effects on quite a large number of residences, you have asked us to accept that none of them crosses the threshold. That's to say, the threshold of acceptability. That's the conclusion you reached, isn't it?
Yes.
I'd like to ask you a particular question about the 4th stage of this residential visual amenity assessment and how professional judgment is applied to the results of the first 3 stages of analysis. And I'm sure you'll forgive me, but it seems rather almost self-serving when you find so many adverse effects from so many houses, and then appear able, without blushing, to turn around and say, but none of those cross the threshold. None of those would make the turbine so overbearing or so dominant or so omnipresent that they would cross the threshold. None at all. And you'll forgive me, I'm sure, but it does seem improbable. So how do you get to the point where you can, without blushing, safely reach that judgment?
So just to clarify, the residential visual amenity assessment looks at each of those properties individually to see whether they breach the residential visual amenity threshold. So we look at those individually, but in terms of the impacts on the wider community and the numbers, as you say, then we consider that with regard to the impacts on residential amenity or the sort of visual impacts of things. And again, we have identified significant impacts on the local community. We do appreciate, and we have set out that there are impacts on those residents, and they are significant. And as you say, it will be for the reporter to come to those final judgments. But our role is to identify what are significant.
I'm going to stop you, but I didn't say that. I asked you a very particular question about how you exercise your professional judgment in stage 4 of the RVAA in relation to individual residences, and you immediately drifted off into effects on the community. That isn't what I'm asking you about. I'm asking you about this particular tool which your institute has devised in order to help decision makers see where the threshold lies, the threshold of acceptability lies. Now, I don't understand from your, forgive me, it's a long question, but I'll just ask it anyway. I don't understand from your essay in front of us how you apply judgment, what criteria you apply in reaching the judgment you did about overall acceptability. It seems to me that you're being self-serving, because clearly your clients want a wind farm. Honest findings of significant adverse effects. Nevertheless, you feel able to say that not one threshold is crossed. And we feel, rightly or wrongly, that can't be right. Can't be right. Unless you've got some magic key that you can tell us about that unlocks this understanding.
It was a very long question. Could you restate the actual question in that?
That's perfectly fair. In assessing for individual homes, the Institute has devised a tool to help you. You explain that very well, if I may say so, in your report. The last stage in the use of this tool is the exercise of professional judgment, which you are at pains to make sure we understand that you're exercising the judgment. The result of your judgment in each case is to say the threshold has not been reached. I don't understand from reading it over and over.
Okay, so in the RVAA, we do set out some of those criteria in terms of how we look at the impact on residential visual amenity. So there are some criteria that are set out in bullet points, and we consider those aspects. So things like distance to the property. So those factors that we consider are things like distance between the property and the proposed development and their relative locations, the nature of available views from and seasonal variations, the direction of the view and aspect of the property, so particularly where main views are, the extent to which the proposed development may be visible from various parts of the property.
May I stop you?
Yes?
These are all numerical value judgments which you're listing from whatever you're reading from. They're all numbers. It's about distance or angle of view and so forth. What you say, though, in your report is that you exercise professional judgment in trying to decide whether the threshold is crossed. I don't think you exercise professional judgment just by applying numbers. There's something else. There's another magic ingredient in there somewhere which we still don't understand.
So we set out those criteria so that you can understand some of the is bringing our judgment to an understanding. We also, again, look at other decisions in order to ensure that we are making judgments that are relatively consistent. So we look at other reporters' decisions. We look at, again, a lot of the planning precedent that's set out that have, again, looked at similar judgments. So we calibrate our understanding by, again, going out, seeing what's been found to be acceptable in similar locations, in similar situations. Judgment as to what we feel, meets or breaches the threshold, or whether it doesn't.
So is this anything more than a feel from an experienced person?
No, I think it's an educated judgment that we make, and again, it is constantly being, it evolves over time, and, again, more information is put in as more reporters' decisions are brought through. Other opinion, you're considering the opinion of other decision makers in the past, and that helps to ensure that you have an understanding of where that threshold is in order to make that judgment.
I think first week in planning school, they tell you there's no precedent in planning, don't they?
I'm not a planner. I'm a landscape architect.
Come back to that question in a minute. The exercise of professional judgment in these does it depend on you, or does it depend on information that you glean from other sources as to how these so-called criteria have been applied? What governs your judgment? I think that's really the question. Is it other people's decisions that govern your judgment, or your own experience?
It will be a combination of both of those. Again, I've been undertaking quite a few residential visual amenity assessments over the years. So, yeah, as well as keeping up with reading, so a bit of both.
You see, it's quite difficult. If I take, we need to turn up the photomontages because we all know what they look like. But if you take Wester Corsop Cottage and the house, and you look at the photomontages to see what is proposed, it's very difficult to say, isn't it, that those are not overbearing turbines, dominant in the view, etc., etc.
No, I'm confident in my view. And again, that was shared by the council landscape architect, who shared by the previous assessor, as I said, set out in my inquiry report. The EIA and the original RVAA was undertaken by a colleague of mine. So when I looked at this for my inquiry report, I also looked at. So it's not just my judgment, it was also the judgment that some of my colleagues have come to. So it's not just one person.
Can you see why people might differ from you in that respect, in respect of those three properties in particular?
Yes, of course I can. The change is a large change. It is the highest level of impact. So I do appreciate that.
Is it important in reaching these judgments that the judgments have been reached?
Yes, I think that is helpful.
Do you think it's satisfactory for the public simply to be told that it's a matter of professional judgment from a planner they don't know?
In fact, all of the landscape and visual impacts are based on professional judgment.
Can I ask you a question about the use of the word localised, please? You know that comes from policy now in NPF4. We're all quite familiar with it. Don't need to turn it up. What do you tell us that you think it means in the context?
I think, as I've set out in my inquiry report, I do set out a bit of my understanding of localised.
So I'd like you just to answer my question instead of looking it up. Please,
No.
I'd just like you to just try and focus on the use of English. What do you, as a professional, well-qualified landscape architect, want us to understand that localised means in this context?
Quite a lot of the consideration of localised will be as a result of geographic extent, so how far the significant impacts extend, but also to the degree and, again, the sort of impact on the landscape. So, again, it's about the extent of those impacts in a particular landscape.
Several things in that answer. The extent of those impacts in a particular landscape. So its distance, its size, it's presumably the number of turbines.
I think the severity of impacts.
And how is severity judged?
So we judge it obviously by, we have a several point scale, so there are major moderate effects, and some of those are significant.
Those don't all depend on distance, do they? Depend on other things as well.
Yes, that's correct.
Do you think localised is a landscape architect's judgment, or is it a planning judgment?
It's a planning judgment.
It's a planning judgment. So not one really that you should be making, is it? One for Ms. Sidgwick.
For the most part, but there are some aspects of localised, and when I'm talking about localised, I'm meaning more about the geographic extent or the nature of the landscape and visual effects, rather than the overall impacts.
Sorry, could you repeat that answer? I didn't get it.
So when I'm talking about localised, as I've said, it's more about the geographic extent and the nature of the landscape and visual impacts on this particular,
At the end of your recognition at 2.1.16, line 5, but through careful design and the impacts, I think there's perhaps a word missing there, and the impacts would be localized in nature, but it's inevitable that proposals would generate some locally significant landscape effects. The effects resulting from the development would be as expected for a development of this scale. Mr. Trinick asked you a question about this, or Ms. Thompson, I can't remember which, sorry. Scale, what do you want us to understand? What do you mean?
From my point of view, from a landscape and visual point of view, it's 14 turbines, 100 up to 180 metres high in this particular landscape.
Would be expected for a development of this scale. So you came to the assessment process, did you, with expectations about the impacts that you would see once the project was modelled?
As I said, I've personally undertaken a lot of LVIAs for onshore wind, and you do, as well as read quite a few other LVIAs and reporters' decisions with regarding to extent of significant impacts, nature of those landscape and visual impacts, and you do get a feel for what what the expected or what the impacts might be for developments of this size and scale. Obviously, the larger either the turbine size or the greater the number, the greater the impacts you would be logical to expect. So it's about understanding the nature and scale of the landscape and visual impacts relative to the size of the proposed development.
What about the numbers of people who might be impacted by it?
Yes, that can come into it. In this instance, the visual effects are very focused in an area, mainly the Upper Gala water.
Have you read the evening statements which are coming to this inquiry from the members of the public?
I haven't read them all in detail.
That's all right. Doesn't matter. Could I take you then now to your inquiry report, please? And as I said earlier, I'll try and stick to the order you've chosen as best I can. Ma'am, will you tell me when you want to take a break?
Well, would it be convenient to take one now? I'm conscious of the fact if we let it go much longer, it will be close to lunchtime. It's 11:15.
Just up to you entirely.
It is. Are you happy to stop now and resume with 15 minutes and be back at 11:30 promptly?
Thank you.
Thank you. taking us to Ms Anderson's inquiry report.
I'd like to start at 2.1.3, if I may.
Sorry,
Beg your pardon, 2.1.3. You're talking here about part of your methodology, and you're talking about magnitude of change, concept I think we're all familiar with in this room. What puzzled me reading this was, you say, and the magnitude of change that will arise in relation to that receptor from the introduction of the proposed development. Should I read that as individual receptors, as in individual houses, or should I read it in a different way?
So they are visual receptors which we identify in our LVIA. So for the most part they are groups of people, communities. So for instance Fountain Hall or the Heriot Group.
Yeah, it's just you use the singular word receptor, and it is, to me at least, confusing. I'm trying to just understand precisely what you mean.
It should probably be plural. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, it's not a big point, but nevertheless, for clarity. In 2.1.4, you use the word appropriate. You say the cumulative methodology focuses on additional impact. However, where appropriate, it does also provide an opinion. What guides you as to what's appropriate when you express an opinion? What should we take from that?
So really I'm focused on identifying significant, potentially significant impacts.
The CLVIA text says that it's an update on the work that was done for the LVIA. The text in the October 2024 document, I suppose what I'm asking you is, when are you content just to report the cumulative impact, the cumulative impact, and when is it appropriate for you to be expressing an opinion about this? Why is that word appropriate in there?
I'm not sure I actually understand the question.
Well, I'm not sure I understand the text. However, where appropriate, it does provide an opinion on the overall combined effects. What guides you as to when it's appropriate for you to express an opinion on the effects rather than the existence of the effect itself?
As I said, so we are identifying where are potentially significant impacts. So where we feel that there are particular impacts which would help the reporter, or where there are the potential for significant impacts, then I have commented on total. So the LVIA predominantly focused on the additional impacts, and the updated CLVIA again predominantly focused on additional impacts of the proposed development, but where we felt it was appropriate, where it might be useful, we also commented on the total combined impacts. Again, trying to keep it focused on the potential for significant impacts.
Right, I think we can see that later on in the report. In 2.1.5, we see that two people were involved in the LVIA. Were you one of them, and who was the other?
I wasn't involved in the detailed assessment of the LVIA. It was two of my colleagues.
Two of your colleagues. So it's other people's work in the LVIA.
It's part of our practice work, yeah. So, but I didn't carry out the LVIA.
Thank you. I'd like to ask you generally some questions about your Chapter 2, where you're talking about visual material. As I read this, I thought, she's running her own work down. Why is she doing this? And these paragraphs all describe, to some extent, the limitations on visual portrayal of the development. Why are you diminishing the effect of the visual material in this way? Why do you appear to do that?
I wouldn't describe it as diminishing the visual material.
Well, look at it, 2.2.2. Visualizations capture only a limited part of the context. 2.2.3. 2.2.4, visualizations can never show exactly.
So these are part of the limitations that Nature Scott recognise in their guidance, and it's important that people do understand the limitations of the visualizations if they are going out to use them to come to their own judgments.
So it begs the question, doesn't it, Mrs. Anderson, to what extent should we rely on them in this application? Are you content with them, or are you saying, well, there they are, but you really have to get out into the territory and see for yourself?
As I've stated, I think it's absolutely critical that you view the development on site. So the visualizations are just a tool, they're just an aid in order to appreciate the changes as a result of the proposed development. But it is important that people go to site and view them on site rather than just seeing a set of visualizations either on screen or on paper.
And is this about the confidence in the reproduction of the material, or is it about the extent of material you can show in the large, for example, in the large extended pullouts that we see in the EIA? Where, in your opinion, do the limitations arise?
Well, these are just visual representations. They're not a replacement for going out into the landscape, and they're only showing that particular point at which the viewpoint was taken. So you need to go out on site and view it as you would for the visual receptor or the landscape, and in order to fully appreciate, you can't capture everything in a photograph, and we certainly don't just carry out our assessments by looking at photography and visualizations. We carry out our assessments by going on site, and they're just tools for us to carry out our assessments.
But in advancing the application, you rely on this visual material for example, committee members, laymen reading it, people turning it up in the public library, people like me who have to look at it for work. We all rely on that visual material. So what I'm keen to get to is, what level of confidence have you got in it? But what should the reporter take away?
I'm confident that these are accurate visual representations from those particular locations. Is that? I have no but. I'm not quite sure what you're...
You've got buts here on the page.
Well, that's about the use of those visual representations. I'm not sure whether you're asking me, are the visualizations accurate?
Well, I'm asking you what level of confidence we can have in the visual material placed before the decision maker, the ministers, the reporter. What level of confidence can we all have in this material?
Well, can I interject here? Mr. Campbell, I don't think there's any question, and certainly I'm not aware of any issue in terms of the veracity of the visualizations that are in front of me. Are you getting to the point? I understand. I mean, I think it's the paragraphs 2.2.2 to 2.2.4, to my reading, are simply setting out the general limitations that all parties would have in preparing this type of visual material. Mm-hmm. If there's a point about specific visualizations, could we get to that rather than a discussion of general limitation?
Well, it's the general limitation of the material that is important for the questions. She seems to be, as an expert, saying, I'm presenting this material, but it has limitations, and it's important that you understand them.
Yep.
And if that's as far as it goes, that's fine.
I think that is as far as it goes.
Well, you can...
Yes, I can confirm that is as far as it goes.
All right, fine.
So,
of course I'm not attacking the accuracy, because if I'd done that, I would have gone straight to it. Now, you said to me earlier on no, I'm sorry, take that question out, please. Moving right through Chapter 3 to Chapter 5, which begins on page 14 at 5.1.4, last bullet point. The following work has been undertaken to inform this evidence. That's your word, inform this evidence. And the last bullet, consideration of the review by Monroe Landscape. Can I understand what you mean by inform? Does it mean you read it? Or does it mean something else?
Yes, I've read it.
Is that it?
Well, I've read it, and I think by the material that I've put in both my inquiry report and the additional material, I've read it and provided additional information where some of the review had indicated they didn't feel that there was enough information before for a decision, so I have responded to some of that additional material and added some of that additional material.
Okay, well, that's what I was hoping you'd say, and we can save a few questions with that, but can you give me an example?
Yes, I think my evidence in chief was one of those points. For instance, for the Lanamere Hills SLA, there was a comment that they didn't that Ms. Platt didn't feel that there was enough material in order to make a judgment. So we've provided that additional material, which hopefully people are able to make the judgment.
Provided a set of figures, KA1 to 12. Don't want to go through all of them, but I'd like to look at numbers 1 and 2, if I may. KA1 and KA2. KA1 is a bare earth ZTV, I think. KA2 has forestry and tree belts shown on it. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Just so I can understand the technique, the label says landscape character overlaid with screening ZTV to tip height. So you've taken another ZTV and overlaid it here.
No, so it's the same ZTV. Well, it's a very similar ZTV as prepared for the bare earth in KA1. Only instead we add to the model the three-dimensionality, so the physical form of the woodlands as well as buildings. It comes from an Ordnance Survey model that's available. And then we rerun the ZTV, so it's a different calculation, which includes the screening effects of localized woodland or buildings, so that there is a comparison. As I've said in my inquiry report, we provide both in order for the reporter to appreciate a comparison between the two.
So the addition of the tree belts in KA2, for example, affects the extent of the blue area, which shows visibility. Is that what I understand?
Yes, yes. In fact, all the colours, not just the blue, but...
Well, just take that example.
Yes.
Right. So the addition of the tree belts in number two, presumably diminishes the extent of the blue area, which is shown as having visibility.
Yes, yes. So hopefully if you compare one with the other, you can see the reduction in visibility as a result of the screening by woodland and other features.
It takes a thick layman like me a little while to get my head around this, but I think I understand now. It would be important, therefore, wouldn't it, if this were to be relied on to any extent for the portrayal of the tree belts to be accurate?
Well, I mean, the data that we get is a standard data set that's available across Scotland, across the UK. So it's not necessarily guaranteed to be up to date and perfect. There may be some amends, but it is updated on a regular basis. Things like changes to forestry plans. If there's a fundamental change, like new bits of forestry that have been added, then I know that certainly does get updated, but it's quite periodic. But what it doesn't do is necessarily illustrate the current state of forestry. So it assumes that all of the forest is built. It would not built. All of the forest is at a relative maturity, so at a certain height.
Yeah. So the answer to my question is yes. It would depend, wouldn't it, on the accuracy of the tree belts that are shown if the reporter were to assess the overall visibility.
Yes.
Right. You know that there's a question between us about whether or not some of these tree belts are still standing. You know that, don't you?
When you say standing, do you mean, I'm not quite sure what you mean by standing.
I'm sorry, a tree stands up or it falls down. I'm talking about standing up.
So in forestry, it's obviously a crop that's managed, and so you cut down the forestry and then you replant it. So if you mean, is that belt no longer, or is that area of woodland no longer going to be forestry, then yes.
I'm not asking you to look into the mind of the forester or the mind of the farmer. Either the tree standing up or it's not. If it is standing up, it provides shelter, it provides screening. If it's not standing up, it doesn't provide screening. And on any one day, there will be a state of facts which the reporter has to assess. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, so our assessment, given the length of the proposed development, we have made the assumption that at some point over the length of the development, all of the forest will be felled at some point and replanted, and that's incorporated into our assessments. But obviously it won't happen all at one time.
No, indeed. But for the purposes of accuracy, it's important to know what's standing and what's not. If the reporter goes up on the hill and she stands behind where there's a tree belt shown and there are no trees there, she's going to take a view, isn't she, about what degree of screening would be provided?
Yes, I think it's important to understand the difference in screening between when the forestry is tall and, semi-mature, and when the forestry is not mature or has been felled and replanted, as is the natural way.
This is beginning to sound like a class in metaphysics. Screening either exists or it doesn't, and over time that will change. Is that really what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, I'd like you to help me understand something a little further on in the report at 6.2. You're talking here about the Ironside-Farrer capacity study, which has grown inverted commas. Why is it in inverted commas?
Because the NatureScot has brought out some relatively recent guidance that the former capacity studies are no longer to be considered capacity studies. They really are to be considered relative sensitivity studies.
Yeah, and you explain that at 6.22 and 6.2.2 and 6.2.3. What I don't understand is, notwithstanding what NatureScot say, the document remains the same, doesn't it? Just has a different title.
I'm not quite sure I understand. I mean, the document is the document. It's been published.
Yeah. NatureScot's edict about the title or the purpose to which it's to be put doesn't change the document itself, does it? It may change the use to which it's put, but it doesn't change the document.
obviously, if the document's been published, it's published. It is about the change in use and the way in which you use those documents.
Yeah, what I want to get to is whether or not it becomes useless because of Nature Scott's edict, or whether it is still a useful tool in this context.
Yes, I would agree that it is a useful tool as long as it's read in, and as long as the bits that are no longer relevant are not considered, and the aspects that are still useful, things like the relative sensitivity and some of the baseline, then yes, it is still a useful document.
And quite fairly, you make the point at 6.2.5 that there's no substitute for a site-specific assessment, which means going out in the countryside. But you're not telling us we should just ignore the Ironside fire capacity study. You're explaining that it now has another purpose.
Yes, yes, it has another purpose.
At 6.2.10, just one page over, you say, in reviewing the aspects of relative sensitivity within the study, the proposed development is located within a landscape unit which is considered most suitable for wind energy development. And this term, most suitable, is one which bobs up again and again in your report. Where does it come from?
Sorry, that's my description, because the capacity study, although it is supposed to have dealt with that as well, it doesn't really, it focuses very much on capacity, and now with the Nature Scott guidance, then we need to sort of change the way we use that. But because there was nothing else, that's my interpretation of that.
Okay, so when we see the words most suitable used in this type of context, that's you speaking.
Yes.
Thank you. Just saved ourselves half an hour. Sorry if I've asked you this already, but let me take you to 6.3.2. You'll see 5 bullet points there, just going over to the next page. And you describe these as key landscape and visual considerations. Are you content that you have, so far as you can, complied with each of those considerations?
Yes.
As I say, I'm sorry, I think I asked you that before, but I just wanted your confirmation. Excuse me again. That's fine. In chapter 7, we were talking about landscape impacts. You say, we're talking about the Upper Gala Water here, the Upper Gala Water Valley. The development will be clearly perceived within the adjacent upland landscape rather than the Gala Water Valley itself, as demonstrated in viewpoints 1 to 4, CD 1.15. Now, I'm sorry to keep coughing, but getting over something. Picking up something you said earlier on in response to Ms. Thompson, you made a clear distinction between perceiving turbines as part of upland landscape and the pasture land, I think you called it, lower down. I wonder, is that really is that realistic? If you're in the lower ground and you look up, you will see pasture, but you will also see the upland rising and the turbines on the ridge or on the upper slope. Is it really realistic to differentiate between the two? We're not talking about one overall landscape impact?
I'm just trying to clarify what you're asking. So are you saying that you don't think that you can perceive the difference between the valley landscape and the surrounding moorland?
I wasn't quite putting it that way.
Okay.
In the view of the landscape, in the perception of the landscape, one merges into the other. And the turbines are, of course, the things that pull your eye because they're moving. What I'm suggesting to you, I think, is that it's artificial to really discriminate between the upland and the pasture land, because they're all part of a single perception of landscape.
They are all part of the landscape, yes. I mean, landscape character descriptions are there to help describe different landscapes. So if you're asking, do I agree with the landscape character assessments and those areas, then the answer is yes. I think those are reasonable descriptions, and I think the locations marked are reasonable. I mean, maybe it's because I'm a landscape professional. That's a fair point, but I certainly think that you can appreciate the difference between the moorland and the valley. But it is all. It's one thing. I do appreciate these are constructs, that we use to describe what is, in fact, the landscape.
The landscape character assessment is a device to describe a type, or the clue's in the name, isn't it? It's describing the character type, and of course that changes from lower to upper, or from upper to further up, or whatever. I get that. But when we're talking about landscape impact, can I suggest to you that it's artificial to make that distinction between character types? What, in fact, we see as human beings as we look out, we see the changes in landscape, all one part of the landscape, and they are the turbines. It doesn't matter if it's in semi-upland, grassland upland, moorland upland, whatever. They're part of what we're looking at. Part of what we perceive as human beings.
Certainly in the visual perception, I think you're probably more talking about the visual assessment rather than the landscape assessment.
We're looking at the landscape, aren't we? All right, I don't mind if you want to correct me in that way, that's fine. But the human brain does not really make that differentiation, does it?
Yes, I think you're specifically talking about visual effects.
Well, if I am talking about visual effects, then this is important, because you say the turbines are to be found in an appropriate upland moorland setting, and because it's an upland open setting, when you get up there and you look around, that somehow is an appropriate location for the turbines. Is seen as an appropriate location for the turbines. However, if you're a receptor, let's say you're in a house in the lower ground and you're looking out, it all looks, as to my mind, it all is one perception. Is it not one perception of landscape?
I think people do actually perceive turbines as being often located in upland moorland, and I think this site is no exception. So I think there is a general pattern across Scotland where wind turbines are quite often, particularly sort of, larger scale, commercial size rather than farm scale, they are often located in these upland types. So whether it's the moorland or whether it's perhaps the acid grassland, I think most people do appreciate that those are appropriate locations for wind turbines. That's where they're often seen, and I think that repeated perception is visible and perceptible by most people.
You're talking, thank you, you're talking at 7.1.9 about the landscape character of the Upper Gala water valley. So that's the lower ground, isn't it? That's the pasture land you're talking about.
Yes, yeah.
Accepting that there's a clear difference in physical character between upland and pasture ground, do you not agree with me that if we are trying to assess the impact on the landscape as a whole, the two really, they merge into one in the human perception? If you're looking from that pasture land, from, say, a house in the valley, then what you're looking at is really one thing. Thing's not a very good word. It's one landscape that you're looking at. It may have different components, but so it's the impact on that overall perception which matters, not the impact on a component of that perception.
I think they both matter. I think it is about overall perception, but also about the impact on perception on particular qualities or characteristics.
All right, I understand your answer. I'm sorry I laboured it a bit. In the same paragraph, 7.1.9, there's a sentence I have to take up with you. The movement of the blades would contrast, you say, with the more static elements of the valley character, but would accord with a sense of movement. A competition for a ridiculous metaphor in the office. Are you really saying the movement of traffic somehow is cognate with the movement of the blades?
I think what I'm saying is that the movement of the blades will contrast, as I've said, with the more static elements, but there are not all the elements in the landscape are static. There are lots of different types of movement. There's birds, and particularly the A7 is a busy road, as you've pointed out, and there is movement associated with that. So the landscape itself isn't entirely static in its normal existence.
You're not really asking us to say it, that because there's a busy road at the bottom of the valley, that somehow mitigates the eye-pulling effect of moving turbines, are you?
I'm just pointing out that there are lots of things in the landscape, and there are things that are static, and it will definitely contrast, but there are other things that aren't as static, and therefore the contrast is less.
All right, thank you.
Might we open the door to get a bit of air
Absolutely.
into the room?
Please do. We'll see at lunchtime about being able to open a window.
Sure.
Seven 129. I don't want to go through it again. That's the same point, is it? About embedded mitigation? You put it slightly differently.
Yes, I believe that is.
It's the same point that you made earlier on. Yeah. And you're quite happy that it's a planning, localization is a planning judgment.
Yes.
Yeah. And we'll ask Ms. Sidgwick about that perhaps tomorrow or the next day, whenever it is. Tomorrow. Yes. The days just go one into the other, ma'am. I'd like you to ask you about the Village of Fountain Hall, please, at page 29, Paragraph 8.2.5. I think I'm right to understand, am I, that the RVAA doesn't cover the village of Fountain Hall,
Yes, that is correct.
and it's just outside the 2.5 kilometre line, presumably from the centroid of the wind farm, is it?
It's measured from the outer turbines,
The outer
and
town,
it is over 2.5 kilometres away.
just over, isn't it? I was puzzled because there's a dip in the line. There's a kink in the line which would seem to favour the exclusion of Fountain Hall. If the line was continued round, it would have included some houses. So I'm just wondering what's going on there.
So we measure the distance from the outer turbines, which is why it's not a perfect sphere.
Yeah.
So we don't take it from the centre, but from the outer turbines. So it ends up in essentially a series of interlocking spheres, and we take the outer line from that.
Is it presenting a true picture if this part of Fountain Hall is omitted?
Yes.
Where is it? Not one there. That line as well. That bit there. Yeah. I'll just get a number for this plan, if I may. Is that KU1? Or is it in the LVIA?
Three of the annex.
Where are those maps?
Just finished the maps.
Oh, thank you. Yes, figure 1 in the RVAA, I'm told. That's it there, isn't it? Yeah, so these are the houses. You got that? We can
Yes.
see- You got that, ma'am? No, she hasn't got it. You got it? Figure 1 in the RVAA.
It's in book 3
It's
of
CD
madam.
Can you give me the CD number?
CD 1.7,
1.7.
Appendix 5.7.
Okay.
Now, it's clear, isn't it, that if the dotted line immediately west of Fountain Hall had continued in the arc of a circle, that it would have embraced at least some of the houses in Fountain Hall.
If we had extended the boundary out, yes.
Well, quite. But it's convenient that those houses are omitted from the RVAA. So what I'd like to ask you about, rather than quibbling about maps, what I'd like to ask you about is what would the effect be on that part of Fountain Hall if it had been included in the assessment?
It would have been exactly the same as it was as assessed in my inquiry report. So it wasn't that Fountain Hall was excluded from visual effects.
I wouldn't dream of suggesting any ulterior motive, Ms. Anderson, but the fact is that it appears to the layman that there's a dip in the line which conveniently omits some houses in Fountain Hall. So we need to know what the effect's going to be on those houses.
Yes, and that's considered in the LVIA and my inquiry report.
And the answer is?
There's
I have identified a significant impact at Fountain Hall.
Yeah. Hypothetically, if it were included, would it cross the threshold?
No.
Why not?
Again, for the same... It's the whole range of factors that I'd set out, and some of those are distance, some of those the extent of screening, some of those are the nature of views.
Isn't this the weakest point of the project altogether, that these effects are, so many of these effects are found to be significant and yet don't quite cross the threshold? It almost defies credibility that none of them would do so.
Sorry, that's two questions.
It is two questions. You're quite right, and I'll try again. Isn't this the weakest point of your assessment?
No.
Because it does seem hard these significant effects. None of them apparently has crossed the so-called threshold because of your judgment.
Yes, and that is not at all inconsistent with other assessments and other judgments made with regard to residential visual amenity. So yes, that is our assessment. So the reason we generally stick to, usually it's a 2-kilometre study area as advised in the guidance. Scottish Borders requested that we extend that out to 2.5 kilometres, which we did. And the reason that we do have that study area is because that is generally where impacts with regard to residential amenity, which are, mean to say living conditions, are generally found. So beyond that distance, they tend not to be an impact on living conditions. They tend to be impacts on the community, visual impacts on the community.
Is the judgment that's made, your inquiry report, is the judgment that's made purely a landscape architect's judgment, or is it a team judgment, including a planning judgment?
No, this is a landscape-only judgment, so I appreciate that impact on living conditions can include many things other than visual impact. Noise, and in particular shadow flicker, for instance, for wind, but for other developments, it can be other things.
I ask the question because at 9.1.5, you appear to be abdicating some of the responsibility for this decision to Ms. Sidgwick. 9.1.5 now, the important paragraph in the report.
Yes, so there is a difference between the judgment that we make with regard to residential visual amenity, and I guess by that the focus is on the visual part, but the overall impacts on residential amenity, as I've said, do cover more things than just the visual, and that is usually all of those individual aspects are brought together by the planner to make an overall judgment on those individual residents and individual living conditions.
Right, so despite its title, Residential Visual, emphasizing visual amenity assessment, the overall judgment of that is not simply the judgment of the visual assessor, which is you, but the judgment of the team.
If you mean team, if you mean by other landscape architects to come up with that, then the answer is yes. But if you mean by other people, as in planners or noise consultants or others, then no. So we call it residential visual amenity because it is the visual component of residential amenity, and it, as I've set out in our assessment, our assessments only cover the visual aspects.
Well, I'm sorry to persist, but I think it's very important for this inquiry to understand your paragraph 9.1.5. And if there were no other one, I would be focusing on this one. You seem to say in the last sentence that the overall final judgment in respect of residential amenity is not just one for you as a visual assessor, but is one for the planner, Ms. Sidgwick, who's named there. Is that correct?
Yes?
So if we want an answer about this and the application of judgment, we have to look not only at your work, which is before the inquiry which we're considering now, but also at Ms. Sidgwick's work.
Yes.
Thank you. Ma'am, we just have a minute, please.
Yes.
I'm obliged for that moment. Thank you. I have no more questions, Ms. Anderson. Thank you, Ms. Anderson. I'm most grateful.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's 12:16. Mr. Finlay, how long do you think your cross-examination may take? Roughly. My question
I'll
is
still
leading
stick
to
with about an hour.
about an hour.
But it'll fit into two parts.
Okay.
So I could do half an hour or so and see how we're getting on. And if we're not going to finish by 1 o'clock, I can stop slightly before 1 o'clock, if that assists.
Yes, I think let's start with part one.
Forgive me interrupting. I think I told the person I gave the lunch menu to between 1:45 and 1 o'clock.
Okay, well, that sounds like that should work. So, Mr. Finlay, if you could start with part one, we'll see how far we get. Hopefully there'll be a natural stop somewhere in half an hour's time or so.
I'll do my best and rely on Mr. Campbell to interrupt me when his stomach is rumbling. Good afternoon. I've got a number of discrete points to put to you, and then I want to go through some of the visualizations. So that's effectively part one and part two. And the first discrete point is about the ambit of the LVIA that's been undertaken. And we needn't turn this reference up, but in CD 1.2, which is the EIAR, in Chapter 2 at 2.6.12, we're told that one of the key focuses was the access track and the design of the access track. I don't have a particular issue with the access track, but when carrying out the assessment of landscape and visual impacts, you're not just looking at the wind turbines or their bases, are you?
No, that's correct. We look at all the components of the proposed development.
Yeah, but the one major component you haven't looked at is the grid connection. There is no assessment anywhere of the impact of the grid connection, is there?
That is correct.
And that's an inherent part of the project, because without a grid connection...
Please don't answer that. That's a legal point for submissions.
It's not. I'm going to persist. It's an inherent part of a wind farm that it needs to get its power off to the grid, doesn't it?
I'm sorry, I know where this is going, and it is a legal point for submissions.
Well, can we keep the question Mr. Findlay, based on what has been assessed. Thank you.
Absolutely. Well, I will do, but let me keep them to factual questions. Are you aware of any wind farm which doesn't have a grid connection that's operating?
No, I'm not aware of any.
And I think you've already confirmed it, but just in case I've missed it, there is no assessment anywhere of the landscape and visual impact of the grid connection, is there?
I have not included that in my assessment.
No, thank you. Right, well, that's the first subtopic. We can move on from that. In terms of significance as the broad heading of the second topic, we can agree, and you've set out in your report, it's common ground, that just because you have significant effects doesn't mean they're unacceptable.
Yes.
But some significant impacts might be considered unacceptable. That's a judgment that would need to be formed partially with your assistance and partially with the planner's assistance.
I don't inform, I don't make a statement with regard to acceptability.
No, but you refer to acceptability and unacceptability in your report, and perhaps I can, and I'm not suggesting that you, or by yourself, suggest that something is acceptable or unacceptable, which is why I referred to the planner being involved too. But the planner will take your input and other inputs and reach a view on acceptability or unacceptability.
Yes.
And there will be some cases where the landscape and visual impacts, significant landscape and visual impacts, will be what tips a proposal to being unacceptable.
Yes.
Not this case, we're just talking generally. Good. So if you were to remove some turbines from the proposal and you still had the same extent of significant impacts, that's not going to necessarily mean that the same judgment is going to reach us to acceptability. You're looking puzzled, and Mr. Trinick maybe too, so let me try and put that another way. Take a hypothetical proposal with 20 wind turbines, for sake of example. It's considered to have significant impacts. If you remove 5, there may still be significant impacts, but the removal of 5 might, depending on the circumstances, render what was previously unacceptable acceptable. Might not, but it might do.
That's possible.
Grateful. So simply because you remain with significant impacts with the 15 that remain out of the 20 doesn't mean that the effect of removing the 5 hasn't had a major difference to the acceptability or otherwise of the scheme.
I'm struggling to follow you slightly, but I guess it depends on the reasons why they were removed.
Right, you. Fair answer. I mean, let me bring it to this scheme, and it's a point I'm going to come back to. But you know, both Nature Scott and the Council's landscape architect suggested removing between 3 and 5 turbines.
Yes.
And you've gone through that in detail in your evidence, and you say, well, it's not going to make a major difference. There will still be significant impacts.
That is correct.
But just because there are still significant impacts with those turbines removed doesn't necessarily mean that the removal of those turbines hasn't made a major difference as to whether those impacts are acceptable or unacceptable.
So by the removal of turbines, you can reduce the significant effects. We certainly looked at, it's not just general significant effects. Usually you would remove turbines with regard to specific impacts that you're trying to reduce. So looking at perhaps bringing the level of impacts from being significant to being not significant, that's usually, in my experience, been the basis for which turbines perhaps have been removed from a scheme. So, for instance, if the impacts had gone from significant previously to not significant at one of the key visual receptors, such as Fountain Hall or perhaps from some of the core paths, then that might have been a reason, certainly either hypothetically or in this situation, but that wasn't the case.
Well, I understand that could be the case, but that could also, just because, and say that I think it's if you were to remove 5 or 3 turbines in this case, just because you are still left with a significant impact, that doesn't mean that you may not have secured a major advantage. Just because you've accepted that all schemes will have significant impacts. Some significant impacts may be acceptable, some may be unacceptable. You could remove some turbines, thereby not reducing the impact to being insignificant, but you could remove turbines such that the significant impact no longer contributed to a finding of the proposal overall being unacceptable. Do you accept that?
Well, I think you might be getting, there are always going to be significant impacts, and there's the sort of general sense of significant impacts, but there's also the nature of individual significant impacts on individual receptors. So yes, there's always going to be some significant impacts overall, and with the removal of, you'd have to remove probably all of the turbines in order for there to be no significant impacts left, landscape and visual significant impacts. But I think you're getting confused with the general sense of landscape and visual with the very specific reasons why you would remove turbines or reduce the size of the scheme. And that's really...
No, with respect, I'm not getting confused. It's just that in your response to the suggestion of removal of turbines, you say, well, there'll still be significant impacts, therefore there's no point in doing it. I'm suggesting to you that that's a misguided approach, that whilst there may still be significant impacts left after you've removed turbines, that doesn't mean that there can be a material difference between the scheme as proposed with those turbines and without those turbines. Do you accept that?
No, I don't, and I think that's an oversimplification of what we've actually said. What we've said is we've looked at it, and there wasn't a notable difference in, for instance, horizontal extent or spread or nature of the impacts or location of the receptors significantly affected. So it wasn't just a blanket single statement. It was considered in further detail. And it wasn't just one single binary, they're still significant and therefore it should stay. We looked at the nature of the changes and what that would bring.
Okay, so well, that's a very helpful answer, thank you. So it does depend upon the nature of the changes and whether you consider they would bring benefit or not. You're not necessarily looking at whether the changes reduce a significant impact to a non-significant impact. You're looking at the nature of the changes.
We're looking at all of those things.
Well, I've put the point to you. I'm not sure I'm content with your answers, but I'm going to move on. The next heading is design viewpoints. If you have to hand the EIAR, which is CD 1.2, I think, and Chapter 2, and let me just find the relevant paragraph. Yes, so ma'am, for your reference, it's electronic page 30 of 457. if that assists, paragraph 2.6.4.
Okay. Following the EIA scoping.
Yep.
Thank you.
It's the last sentence there. Wirelines showing the evolving design from key viewpoints were used to appraise the potential visual effects. I don't think those key viewpoints are identified anywhere within the EIAR. Where were they?
Again, difficult to sorry. They're going to be most of the viewpoints probably within the sort of 5 to 10 kilometre radius that are included in the EIA.
So that's very helpful. I thought that would be the case, so that we can take the key viewpoints for my purposes, and you'll know that Mr. Kelly only considers viewpoints 1 to 8, but not viewpoint 4, as all being key viewpoints.
I think many of the nearest viewpoints are some of the most important, because that's where the potential for significant effects are.
No, if you could, I'm going to insist on a specific answer to the question. Are those 7 out of 8? Can the reporter record that you accept those are key viewpoints? I mean, viewpoint 4 may be as well, but my evidence doesn't cover viewpoint 4, so I can ask you about that.
So you're saying viewpoints 1 to 7?
Well, I'm asking you, viewpoints
Right, okay.
of viewpoints 1 to 8, leaving aside viewpoint 4, because Mr. Kelly doesn't cover it, that's the only reason I'm leaving it to one side. Are they key viewpoints?
Yes, I would say those are all viewpoints, including viewpoint 4.
I thought you would say that. That's very helpful. Thank you very much. Just check a reference. Attendant point to design viewpoints. There is no material before the inquiry showing different designs with different tip heights, as far as I'm aware. Is that correct?
I would agree. I don't think there is.
And were wire lines with different tip heights ever used as part of the design process? If you don't know, please say so.
I can't 100% recall. There may well have been some taller turbines considered. I can't quite recall.
So we can record there may have been some taller turbines considered, but no indication that you ever considered smaller turbines, such as are being proposed or have been permitted at Muir, for instance.
That's correct.
Thank you. Design principles. You'll be grateful to hear I'm not going to ask you what you mean by embedded. But I think you identified with Mr. Campbell that the design principles, insofar as they are contained within the EIA relevant to your discipline, are set out in paragraph 5.6.4 of the LVIA chapter, and just for your note, Madam, that's electronic page 90 of 457.
Yes.
And those were the design principles that were used throughout, is that correct?
Yes.
From the outset?
I believe so.
Thank you. And if we can just look at them, and I want that we'll, for two reasons. One is so we don't have to come back to them later. So location with an open upland landscape, set back from surrounding more sensitive valley landscapes. I'd just like to ask you to note that one at the moment. Maximising offsets to residential properties, Mr. Campbell's asked you about that. Separate from other large-scale wind energy development. And then this, the fifth, siting of turbines to create a balanced appearance, avoid the appearance of dramatic changes of turbine spacing, height and visual clutter. Now, just thinking about the last point for a moment, I accept the point that you make, I think it's made in this document and in your evidence, that you cannot design a wind farm that is balanced from 360 degrees. But would you not accept that one of the ways you can test whether you've met that objective is by looking at the key viewpoints?
Yes.
Thank you. Grateful. Now, could I ask you to have to hand the, so I'll put it. So it's a succession of documents. It's CD 713, which is the Scottish Borders Council's Landscape Architect's response. The Stevenson-Halliday response to that, which is CD 714, and then the Scottish Borders Council's Landscape Officers one-page response to that, which is CD 715. And I apologise that I didn't give you all these in advance, unlike Mr. Trinick.
So, Mr. Findlay, are we beginning with CD 713?
We are indeed, ma'am.
Thank you.
If you just tell me when you've got them all open or to hand, and if you need to reshuffle the pack in front of you, just let me know.
Yes, just give me a moment. Yes, I've got those.
Thank you. So if we take the CD 713 first, of interest to me, beginning on page 3, are, and I'm just doing this so I don't have to come back to it later, there are comments by the officer on various viewpoints. And insofar as they're relevant, they're picked up by Mr. Kelly in his report, because he doesn't transcribe all of them, but he transcribes the most relevant ones. So I will pick these up later via his report rather than coming back to this document. But towards on the last page of the document, sorry, let's start with the penultimate page to be fair to you. There's a conclusion section which begins right at the bottom of the page, and he says, 2 lines from the bottom, it doesn't appear totally out of scale with the receiving landscape, which I think is a point you comment on. And then turns to visual effects on the LCT 114. On the last page says they're significant and unacceptable, but an amended scheme with the easternmost turbines either removed or relocated further away from the sensible transitional zones, these effects could be mitigated to an acceptable degree. And then, in order to understand the next comments, can you have, it's figure 2.2, which I think is probably CD 1.3, from the original EIAR, which has the design layouts.
Figure 2.1,
2.2, I think it is.
design.
Design iterations.
Okay.
And if we look at the initial layout, we can see, as the landscape officer said, that all turbines are situated to the west, if I've got my directions correct, to the west of the 3440's easting reference, or on that line.
Yes.
Stanley, which figure are you on?
2.2,
Thanks.
design iterations.
Yes.
Now, as the other figures show, there's clearly scope for moving them to the east of that line. I want to know why, apart from the second design objective, they weren't. And just to remind you of the second design objective, which you confirmed applied from the outset, was that they should be set back from the surrounding more sensitive valley landscapes. And by restricting them to that line or to the west of it, that's exactly the impact, isn't it? What was the other reason? Was there any other reason for doing that?
Sorry, it was quite a long question. Can you reframe the actual question?
Okay, well, let's take it in steps. The second objective is set back from surrounding more sensitive valley landscapes.
Yes.
Now, by restricting the turbines to that line or to the west of it, there is introduced a setback. Whether sufficient or not is another question, but there is introduced a setback from the Gala water, is there not?
Yes, in that initial layout, the turbines are more to the west.
Yeah. There is a setback from
Yes.
the Gala water.
There is setback. In fact, in all of those layouts, there is setback.
Okay, there's a bigger setback in that layout than others, but what other reason for not having turbines to further east is there, apart from paying regard to that design objective?
I'm really sorry, but I don't actually understand your question. I'd answer it honestly if I could, but I'm...
Okay. This was a initial layout done on a map. There is scope, clearly scope, for putting turbines to the east of that line. Why weren't they? What was the reason for not putting them east of that line if it wasn't to comply with the second design objective?
I don't know.
So we can clearly record that you're not aware of any other reason than compliance with the second design objective for the original layout showing no turbines to the east of that line.
I'm not quite sure that I understand. I didn't come up with the initial, I don't think we were contributing. So normally, usually the developer comes up with some initial layouts, and then through the design process we refined those layouts. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure that you're. I think you seem to be implying the design objectives first, and then created those layouts.
Well, if you go
that
to your
doesn't normally.
If you go to your report at 1.3.1, you say in the second sentence, the author was involved in the development of the design and inbuilt, for which I'll read embedded, mitigation of the proposed development.
Yes, we were involved in the early days, but again, that initial layout wasn't necessarily solely driven by us, although we have been involved from the outset.
I'm not suggesting it was solely driven by you, but you were involved from the outset. I'm asking you, because you're the only person I think I can ask, of what reason you're aware that turbines were not put to the east of that line, save for that design objective to which I've drawn attention.
I can appreciate what you're saying, but I don't think that that was necessarily the reason. I'm not entirely sure what the reason was, but I don't think that that is the only answer.
Well, I'm asking you if it's not solely that design objective, what was the reason?
I'm not sure.
Okay, if you can't remember, that's a perfectly legitimate answer, which I can accept. But if that's your answer, then I can make submission on that in closing.
Okay, I've referenced this before, in that the design work that we undertake, it's not solely landscape and visual, it's part of a wider design team. So I cannot recall at this stage all of the different components and environmental factors that come into play to come up with initial layouts or all of the other design. I focus on the landscape and visual, and yes, we were involved in the early days, but there may have been other constraints. I mean, there are an awful lot of constraints and different environmental factors that we take into account. There could have been communication lines, for instance, that go across the site. Those often have quite a fixed impact on layout in the early days until further detail has come in. So I can't confirm what the reasons were, and it's not just that I can't remember. I don't think I probably at this stage would have been involved in that level of detail of design to be able to answer that.
Okay. Well, we know there weren't any fundamental constraints to developing east of that line, just looking at the remaining design iterations in figure 2.2.
But I think you're not fully appreciating how the design evolves over time. So usually what happens is people get involved, environmental consultants are identified, people go out and start doing site work, and it takes quite a long time in order to start to refine the constraints. And there may well have been constraints that were identified on that side that later were found to be resolved and no longer environmental constraints.
Well, that's what I'm asking you to, through you, and it may be that they will appear elsewhere in the EIAR, but in terms of environmental constraints of which you might be aware, the only one would be the second objective set out in paragraph 5.6.4.
From a landscape and visual point of view, yes, I don't think we had identified, although we also consider residential setback, which is one of the other points, and there could have been a question mark about which properties are residential and they have people living in them or not. I can't quite recall. Again, these things refine over time as we undertake more site work, we do more site investigations. So a lot of the initial layouts and initial considerations are based on information that is not fully resolved, and so can sometimes be overcautious until further information is gleaned.
Absolutely. You don't know, so let's not speculate. If there's information elsewhere in the EIAR which bears that out, no doubt Mr. Trinick will draw it to our attention. Just before I finish this document, we can see, and again it's for later, that the landscape architect suggests removal of turbines T13, 3, 13, 14, 8 and 9, and we'll come and look at those in the viewpoints later, and potentially T1 as well. Now, you responded to that, or I think it's you, or you had an input to the response by Stevenson Halliday in CD 714. And on the design point that I've just been putting to you, that was dealt with on internal page 2, which is probably electronic page 4. And in paragraph 2.1.3, the answer to the, or the only suggestion of a change was in the turbine separation distances, and they've been reduced. We see that in 2.1.3.
I do see that, but it also says prior to any detailed site-specific surveys being completed.
Absolutely. I'm very happy to take that on board, but you might have thought if there had been no detailed site surveys, you could easily have suggested putting turbines to the east of that line if it wasn't that you were looking to have a setback from the Gala water. Most scoping exercises of this sort that I see tend to reduce numbers rather than increase them, but the only issue response to that landscape officer's point was about reduction in separation distances. That's correct, isn't it? And the reduction in separation distances wouldn't have had any impact on whether you had turbines to the east or west of that line, would it?
Yes, it would.
Well, if they're going to be smaller, why couldn't you, are you suggesting that the turbine where T13 is now couldn't have been put there before? We can see how close, for instance, turbine T12 is or T2 is to the boundary. I mean, we're not talking great distances. There's ample room in the land to the east of that line to have had turbines in there from the outset.
Again, I think, I don't know how many wind farms you've designed, but it's rarely as simple
With
as
respect,
that.
I don't think you need to make personal comments about my knowledge. I've been involved in hundreds of wind farm cases, probably by now, over the last 10 or 12 years. I'm asking you as to why you, if you're aware, and if you're not, please say so, as to why turbines, the fact that the turbine diameters had reduced from 6 and 4 rotor diameters to 5 and 3 would have made any difference to turbines being sited to the east of that line.
So the way that works is you have a look at your constraints, and there would be an underlying set of constraints, and if you could move them around because you can get them closer together, then that means that potentially you could add in some more turbines that you wouldn't have been able to fit in before because of the way you move it around. So I think you're asking me the question. I mean, you've made the assertion that because we've reduced the separations, that it wouldn't make any difference, and the answer to that is it would make a difference.
I haven't made that suggestion. Of course it makes a difference, but it doesn't make a difference as to whether or not you can put them to the east of that line, does it?
It does.
Well, What, you're saying that without that reduction in turbine size, you could not put any turbines to the east of that line?
I'm saying that that's possible because of the separation and the separation that you would need for the next turbine and the constraints that are available.
Well, I suggest to you, you don't know that, do you? You've said it's possible. That's the highest you can put it.
Yes, well, you've asked if it's possible, or you've asserted that it's not, and I can say that in my experience of wind farm design, it's not just simply a matter of when you reduce the spacing between the turbines, it allows you to add and move things around that you might not have been able to. There's quite a strict separation that governs quite a lot of where the turbines can go, how close they can be spaced, and when you overlay that with the constraints that you have at that time, which again is constantly changing and moving as you get more information through, there's more consultation, there's more site work, then it's not fair just to make it that simple. The possibility is, and that you can indeed suddenly get more turbines on, they could move further east as a result.
Well, suggest to you that's pure hypothesis. And if you just look again at figure 2.2 and where turbine 9 is situated, some considerable distance from any other turbine, and that turbine is clearly well over 4 or 6 rated diameters, 5 or 3 rated diameters from any adjacent turbine in any of the outlays. There must have been some other reason why that turbine wasn't suggested in that location before.
And again, I've said it's probably a combination of different things, not just the spacing, but presumably further site information, or, as I said, more information about the nature of the site and constraints.
Or could it have been a decision to reduce the setback?
That's possible as well.
Thank you. Just to continue this vein, apologies, it's taking slightly longer than I thought it would do. In that response at 7.14, as well as dealing with the design point, which we just looked at, you deal with the reduction in the reduction that might occur had the turbines removed. And I'm going to take you to 3.2.12 on internal page 5, probably electronic page 7. As an example, you look at, and to be fair to you, I'm trying to do this quickly, but you go through each of your receptor groups and look at the reduction that would occur for each receptor group. I'm using this as an example. And you say the large-scale change to the view here arises as a result of introducing a wind farm onto the undeveloped hills seen above the settlement. The emissions of 3, 8, 9, 13 and 14 would not fundamentally change this, etc. We can read what you said. I'm not going to... and then you summarise that in 3.3.2. You say there would be a slight reduction in the prominence of turbines, and it would achieve a negligible change in the assessed effects. We look at the individual viewpoints, but I just want to take you to the landscape officer's response to that, which is CD 715. It's a one-page document. And there are 2 introductory paragraphs, and then there's a line saying the following are my thoughts. Do you have that?
Sorry, I had it and now I've lost it. Hold on a moment. I have it.
So that's just, if you go the 3rd paragraph below the thoughts, so without being disparaging to the author, She says, nevertheless, I do not agree with the applicant's assessment at 3.2.2 that the emission of the turbines 389, 13 and 14 would not fundamentally change this, and the scale of change would not be reduced. So there's a clear difference between you and the landscape architect as to whether there would be a fundamental change or not.
Yes, there is a difference of opinion.
And then, if you go to the penultimate paragraph on that page, she says, I do not think appropriate mitigation is embedded within the design, as they identify at 2.1.6 that the key landscape and visual considerations include setback from surrounding more sensitive valley landscapes. Yet the layout has moved closer to the valley landscape in the course of its development. And just to the turbines that she identifies for removal are the 5 turbines which lie to the east of the line that we've been identifying. And one can see that on the design iteration 3 on figure 2.2.
I'm not necessarily disagreeing with you, but just to be clear that...
Sorry, your microphone is, and it's not, I'll try and switch.
Okay, thanks.
That means it's lunchtime.
It
I've
does
got
mean
that
it's
message
lunchtime.
too. But
It's 3 times.
I think I'd still like to persist with this point because then we'll finish with this document and that'll be a good point.
How much longer do you think, Mr. Findlay?
On this line of, about 2 minutes.
Perfect.
The first question, before we were rudely interrupted, and we're going to be again, I think,
Yes.
is just to confirm that the turbines that the landscape officer wished to have removed were those 5 lying to the east of the line we've been concentrating on.
Still having problems with mine.
Oh, are you?
After lunch, shall I just speak loudly? Yes. Is that...
I think we can all hear you. If you're all content, you can.
So I think the answer is yes. Just make sure that you're looking at the proposed development and not one of the iterations.
Yeah, I think design iteration 3 is the final one.
Yeah.
I think that I want to move on to your report for a follow-up question, but I'll do that after lunch when you've got a microphone that works.
Okay, right. Lunchtime, it's 4 minutes past 1. Could we reconvene at 2 promptly? We will have your microphone issue resolved by then. Thank you all for your input this morning. Appreciated, and we will see you back here at 2 p.m. Thank you. Into landscape and visual impact matters. Ms Anderson, on behalf of the applicant, is being cross-examined by Mr Finlay on behalf of Rayshaw Farms Limited. Mr Finlay, would you like to be begin from where you left off.
Yes, thank you very much. We dealt with the Council's landscape architect. I want to move now on to Nature Scott's input. And for this, I think if you have 3 documents to hand, one is CD 7.6, which is siting and design, then 2.13, which is Nature Scott's consultation response, and 111, which is the additional information which includes Stevenson Halliday's response. And I'm going to start with them in that order. So 7.6, which will be familiar territory for you and the reporter and Mr. Trinick, I'm sure, but just 2 paragraphs on that. But I'll wait until you've got yourself settled before I... 111.
111, the additional information.
Yes.
Sorry, can I just clarify? The first one you mentioned, siting and design, that's... You said that was 716?
7.6.
Sorry.
Yeah. So just 2 paragraphs, saw you nodding, so I'm going to start off. The first paragraph is 229 on electronic page 13 of 50. And this is just to provide some background. This is one of the documents I think the EIAR referred to, not surprisingly. And in the design objectives in 5.6.4, which we've looked at, or you've looked at almost ad nauseam today, the 5th bullet point deals with appearance of the wind farm, and this is guidance on that. 228 deals with regular shape, 229 deals with irregular shape. I'm not going to, doesn't really matter to me which you think you are, but I'm going to put 229 to you. You say irregular forms can pose greater challenge as the turbines will impact in varying ways as well as with each other as well as with the underlying landscape. This can result in negative effects such as uneven visual densities of wind turbines, overlapping turbine rotors, often termed stacking, partial screening behind a skyline, and turbine outliers separate from the main group. Now, we'll come to the individual viewpoints in a moment, but do you accept that those are negative factors? The extent to which they exist, the extent to which they're important will vary from location to location, but in general terms those are negative factors.
Yes, we try to avoid that where possible.
Thank you. And particularly from key views. And then if you go back in the document to 215, which is electronic page 10 of 50, makes a point about choice of turbine size, and I've already asked you questions about that, so I won't reiterate that. The third line begins, generally speaking, large wind turbines will appear out of scale and visually dominant in lowland settled or smaller scale landscapes, which are often characterized by the relatively human scale of buildings and features. They are best suited to more exclusive upland areas and set back from more sensitive upland fringes. And again, that would appear to chime with the second design objective in 5.6.4, which is set back from surrounding more sensitive valley landscapes.
Yes, that is correct.
And just to pick up on the word visually dominant, if something is visually dominant, that doesn't necessarily mean it's necessarily unacceptable, but it's a move from prominence to dominance is an adverse move, is it not, in terms of visual impact?
Yes, that's normally how we assess it, yep.
Great, thank you. I don't think there'll be an issue with that. So we can put that one away. unless Mr. Trinick wants to come back to it later. And if we move to 213, which is Nature Scott's consultation response. And as with Nature Scott, and it was Nature Scott, there's a summary and then there's an appendix dealing with landscape and visual. The summary section dealing with landscape and visual begins on page 2. And at the end of the first paragraph, I think there's a sentence which you've relied upon in your report, which we'll come to in a moment, about it relating reasonably well to character, scale and landform of its upland surroundings, etc. Appears relatively well balanced in most views, a point I'm going to suggest there might be different views on. But it then goes on to say in the next part, nevertheless, the significant large scale of proposed turbines, together with their proximity to the smaller scale valley landscape, sensitive visual receptors and settlements, and at hill summits, would lead to a dominating skyline effect on the valley receptors and significant visual and cumulative effects on upland receptors. And we've seen how Nature Scott deal with the idea of dominance. And they then go on in the third paragraph to say that 3 turbines closest to the Gala Water Valley should be removed to some extent mitigate the most adverse effect. Long question, but I'm trying to take it as quickly as possible. They return to that point right at the end of their appendix, so that's page 8 of 8. That is the removal of turbines. And they if you have them there, they identify those as 3, 13 and 14 at the north-eastern end of the scheme, would reduce its dominance when seen from both Gala and Heriot water valleys, and they refer to 3 particular viewpoints. Turbines 3, 13 and 14 we've already discussed just before lunch. They were 3 of the 5 that the landscape Council's landscape officer wished to have removed as well. They see the reduction in dominance as an effect worth achieving. In general terms, would you agree that that would be a positive improvement if dominance is reduced?
Yes.
Thank you. If we go back in the document, and I'll take you to the individual effects in due course. The appendix begins at page 5 of 8, electronic page 5 of 8. And they just note on the first, under LVIA method of assessment, first bullet point, they say they made higher assessments than you in various instances, but don't list them there. They then deal with landscape and come on to visual receptors on page 6 of 8. And they make a criticism of methodology here. Which you've responded to both in your evidence and in the additional information. And I'll come to your criticism in due course, but I want to use that as as a starter for having a look at the methodology, which is set out in Appendix 5.1 of the EIAR, which I think is CD 1.7. And it's the appendix, the CD 1.7, volume 3, appendix 5.1. And just to, by way of overview, may sound otherwise, and by all means feel defensive, but I'm not. I just wanted to make sure that we understand what your methodology is doing and what we can take from it. I'm not criticising it in the sense that it's not a methodology that was open to you to use. You deal with the baseline and then landscape effects, and I'm primarily concerned with visual effects, which begin at section A4, which is page 5 of that document. And you do with value, susceptibility and sensitivity, and you combine them in a table which I can understand, but I don't think forms really the basis of any dispute between us. It's the magnitude of visual change where differences may arise, and you deal with that in A4.6, and you say that in terms of magnitude of visual change, you look at size and scale, geographic extent and duration. And those are all matters set out in GLVIA, which is CD 7.1. Indeed, it may be worth having GLVIA 7.1 open at this stage. And just, I've got it in the hard copy, but it's internal page 115. I'm not sure what the electronic page number is. And magnitude of visual effects is dealt with at 638 onwards. Starting at the top of that page, 6.38, which is under the title of magnitude of the visual effects. Yep. I'll come back to that in a moment, but just sticking with your methodology, my understanding of what you've done for the viewpoints is you've treated viewpoints in two particular types. You've used specific viewpoints where people go to them to particularly look at a view, where you do reach a specific view as to the significance or otherwise the impact on that viewpoint. But for all other viewpoints, you use them as samples, and whilst you obtain the scale of effect from looking at the viewpoint, you then factor in other factors to reach significance by reference to the receptor group that you're considering.
Yes, that's correct.
So on Appendix 5.1 methodology, under A4.9, looking at scale of effect, you list 5 bullet points there. In fact, in the first one is distance from the viewpoint, and the fourth one is the horizontal and vertical field of view occupied by the development. Those are factors that the GLVIA treats as geographical extent. You can see that at paragraph 640.
Sorry, yes, I can. Yep.
I'm just doing this so that the reporter can understand that there is a difference. Not suggesting it's unacceptable. There's slight difference in approach between you and the GLVIA there, and then having not only taken into account under A4.9 the horizontal and vertical field of view occupy the development, at A4.10 you say the approach to assessing effects is to consider the full 360-degree view from any given receptor. Where does the GLVIA say that, in addition to having regard to the extent of the area over which the horizontal and vertical field occupied by the development, or the proportion of view occupied by the development?
So if I could just provide a little bit of clarification on that previous point about geographic extent.
Yeah.
Have you seen the notes and clarification aspects of GLVIA 3, which was published in August of this year?
Yes, that's CD 7.2.
Yep.
Is there a particular paragraph you want to go in that?
Yes, it's 6, 8. It's like 6, 8. So it's section 6, which is about visual, and then 8, which is on paper 16.
Yes, electronic page 18.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I hadn't asked you about this at this stage because this came out post the EIA, didn't it?
Yes, but it was a clarification that some of them had been in circulation for some time, and I think this was coming about because there was a little bit of confusion perhaps in the original GLVIA 3 and how practitioners were using it. And so I guess that's what I just wanted to draw your attention to, that about the way that practitioners were interpreting the geographic extent in relation to visual effects in different ways. So I think that clarification note does go some way to providing a bit of clarification. So, for example, the panel has seen examples where it's been interpreted as the extent of the visual receptor affected, footpath affected for larger or shorter extents, as well as interpreted as the angle of view. So there's been a variety of different ways. And it does provide some clarification that it should be a modifier to the scale of effect.
Yep. But it doesn't change the point I was putting to you, that two of the factors you have under scale of effect, the GLVIA has under geographical extent, and it doesn't change that, does it?
No, but I mean, that is the way we have always done it, was considering distance from the viewpoint as part of the size and scale. I think that is very relevant.
Well, it's not the way the GLVIA has done it, but
Yeah.
Anyway, the question I asked you, which led to it taking us to CD 7.2, was when the GLVIA, or indeed CD 7.2, does it say that as well as taking into account the factors that are set out, such as the proportion of view occupied by the proposed development, you have to assess the effects in considering the full 360-degree view from any given receptor?
Well, I think this goes back to the general, the principle that visualizations are representations of the proposed development from the actual viewpoint. So putting blinders on and not considering what the rest of the view is.
I haven't suggested that.
Yeah.
And that's not what's being this is a full 360-degree view. I've accepted expressly that it's a factor to take into account the extent or proportion of the view in any particular direction the wind farm takes up. So I'm not suggesting you put blinders on. And if you pay attention to the question, it was where in the GLVIA does it support that approach?
haven't got that specific reference to hand, but I haven't got that specifically referenced to hand.
Well, I'm very happy for it to be given outside the inquiry if you find it, and I can comment on it in closing. There's no need to take up more time. Then under 411, you look at duration of effects, and that, and we can see at the end of that, you look at if you're moving through a landscape, such as on a road, then you look at the length of journey they would see the development from, and that's again a common factor to take into account when assessing impacts on roads. Then if you turn over the page, you and I have to say this is a new approach to me, but again I'm not being critical of it because one can understand it. You do two exercises in the drawings on this stage. You take the scale of impact which you've assessed, and then you look at the extent. Now my question for you is, where have you defined the extent, wide, intermediate, localised and limited in the methodology?
I haven't got detailed definitions.
Anything even undetailed? There's no definition anywhere, is there?
No.
Thank you. I don't think there's an issue between us on the second drawing, which is permanent, long-term, medium-term, short-term, because, as my understanding, you have assessed the wind turbines as permanent.
Yes.
Yeah. So now, in terms of your viewpoint analysis, which is in A5.3, my understanding, which I think you confirmed, is that that simply sets out your view on the scale of change, not on significance.
Sorry, I'm not following your reference.
So, Appendix 5.3, which is the EIR appendix on viewpoint analysis, it sets out scale of change, but unlike you would see in some EIAs that the reporter may have seen before, and many I've seen, it doesn't reach a judgment on significance from that particular viewpoint.
Yes, that's correct.
What you go on to do or what the EIAR does, and I'll just give the reporter the references, is to take various receptor groups from 5.7.29 onwards, of which some of those viewpoints relate to, and reach a view on significance of those receptor groups, whether they be residents, hill walkers, road users, or the like.
Yes.
In some EIAs, and tell me if you've seen them like this, they do both. They look at the significance from individual viewpoints and then give you a significance on the impact of a transit route, such as the A7.
Yes, they do.
Yeah, but you haven't taken that approach.
No, we've just focused on the impacts on the visual receptors, the visual receptor groups.
Yeah, but not in a precise location. That's understand that. So hopefully that wasn't too painful for everyone. If we go back to the SNH response, we dealt with the removal of turbines, and then we were at page 6 of 8, I think.
Are we back to CD 2.13?
My apologies, yes. What they say in the second sentence under effects on visual receptors is, this partially reflects a method of assessment where representative viewpoints are assessed only for scale of effect and used as proxies for surrounding receptors. Now, leaving aside the 3 specific viewpoints, which I alluded to earlier, that's correct, isn't it?
Yes, we've not assessed the impact at specific viewpoints, at anything other than specific viewpoints.
Yeah. And they go on to say extent of receptor area effect and duration of effect are factored into the assessment of magnitude. For extensive receptors such as road and settlements, this averages out and lowers the magnitude of effect by comparison with a point or small area receptor. Now, as a matter of fact, that is correct, isn't it? Although you may not agree with that's a proper approach to take.
I have clarified in my inquiry statement that I have identified significant effects on the A7, just to be absolutely clear, so that the original EIA didn't identify a significant effect on the A7, but I have identified a significant effect on part of the A7.
Yeah, and indeed, you've identified, and we'll come to it in a moment, 3 significant effects which the EIAR didn't.
That's correct.
Yeah. I'm not at that yet. I put to you that they were correct in that, and I didn't hear it suggestion otherwise. They then say, furthermore, the assessments of scale are based on a 360-degree view, not always shown, and the characterising effects of existing wind farms within this view, which is why I asked you about that part of your methodology. Has it come back to mind yet where that's supported in the GLVIA?
I've not had time to look at it in detail, but it is, I mean, so we spend most of our time on site assessing the impacts rather than in the office looking at visualizations. So we are looking at the impacts. So to ignore other aspects that are present in the landscape that are having an effect on the view, we take all of those things into account.
Let's just assume that whoever wrote this from Nature Scott knew what they were talking about. They are the government's experts on landscape advice. They'll be aware that when you're assessing the impact on a viewpoint, you take into account the circumstances of the viewpoint. But they were being critical of you for including that assessment in your assessment of magnitude, weren't they? That's what this paragraph is telling the reader.
Well, that's what that particular line is indicating, yes.
Thank you. And they then go on in the next paragraph to say that in respect of at least 2 viewpoints, viewpoint 7 and viewpoint 11, there would be significant impacts. Now, I think viewpoint 7 is one where you disagree with the author of the EIA and also think there would be a significant impact.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. So you agree with Nature Scott in that regard?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. If we just then go on very briefly to look at the RSK response, which is CD 111. The response to Nature Scott begins at electronic page 33 of 79, but in terms of landscape effects, it begins at page 35 of 79. And we can see that you join issue with them, or I presume this was either you or somebody from your firm's response, because 615 and 616 are very similar to what you put in your report. I think I've dealt with everything I wanted to say, but
could I just...
Is there a question
yeah, hang on, just let me... I think there's only one additional question I want to put to you here. You quote about them considering point locations, and you said, this is 615, you say this approach would not be in line with GLVIA3. I suggest to you there's nothing in Nature Scott's approach which is in fact inconsistent with GLVIA3.
So again, this is where we take the full extent. So in order to identify the magnitude of change and therefore the significance of the impact, you need to take in all of those factors, not just some. So this is where we're taking the full extent. So not just looking at one particular point, either that represents a visual receptor group or a route, for instance. We're taking all of them in order to come to a conclusion with regard to significance on that receptor. So again, I mean, with regard to the route, we do consider that, and some of the moderate and not significant impacts I have identified and raised up to significant, and in the end, there's not much difference between what we've assessed, what I've assessed as significant, and what Nature Scott have assessed significant, following my reassessment, my opinion.
Were you influenced by Nature Scott in reaching that view?
No, that is my judgment. I looked back through the assessments, and as I say, I didn't necessarily change in the level of effect, but I think when I looked back through that as to whether in our methodology a moderate effect may or may not be significant, and when I went back and visited those viewpoints and made my own investigations, I considered that some of those moderate effects were indeed significant.
Yeah, and you set that out in your report. Well, that's all I wish to put to you about that. And I do, though, just to finish this chapter of cross-examination off, wish to take you to your inquiry report at 6.3.7. Now, we've looked at Nature Scotland, we've looked at the Council's landscape officer, and at 6.3.7, you say that the consultees, such as the landscape officer and Nature Scott, agree that most of the objectives have been met. Is that not a looking through their responses through particularly rose-coloured glasses? I agree they accept some of them have been met, but not most.
Well, when I've been back through, again, you know, Nature Scott have said that it does relate well to landscape character. So if we go back to that list.
What, in 5.6.4?
That's right, yeah, that list. I would say, as I've said in my inquiry report, that for the most part, that both the Council's landscape officer and Nature Scott have agreed that by and large most of those have been. The one that is perhaps, as I've said in my inquiry report, most contentious is the setback from surrounding more sensitive valleys, valley landscapes.
Very well. I can make submissions on that. Now, we can put those away, and just want to quickly as I can, go through the visualizations in CD 115. So if you have that to hand, as Mr. Trinick pointed out, a easily manoeuvrable document. And if we go through it in turn, so I want to look at viewpoint 1, and if we go to visualization 1D,
Just for clarity, Mr. Finlay, is that viewpoint 1, B6368, the road number Crookston?
it is indeed.
Thank you.
And with each of these, I'm going to look at the wire line and then the photo montage.
Okay.
In terms of composition, there is clear stacking, is there not, in how Nature Scott described it? If you look at turbines, for instance, 5 and 13 and 14 and 7,
Yes, there is some stacking.
there's, whereas in the EIA it says there's no obvious stacking in the viewpoint analysis. I can take you to it if you want.
I mean, it's only relatively limited.
8's a clear outlier, isn't it?
I wouldn't necessarily say that 8's a clear outlier.
And if you removed 8, 9, 13, 14 and 3, there would be a significant reduction in the dominance from that view, would there not?
Not a significant reduction in dominance, no.
Well, those are matters that the reporter can judge, having been on the site visit already. I'm not going to take further time on that. Can we move to viewpoint 2, please, which is in the same document, Corpar 33 Heriot, and again to visualisation 2D. Again, there's stacking, is there not?
Not very much. I mean, 10 and 4 are close-ish, but again, you've got to bear in, well, yeah.
It's a key viewpoint.
I think you've got to be very careful when using viewpoints, and particularly design viewpoints, to appreciate whether this is a fixed and static point in the landscape where people come to appreciate it, or whether it's part of a larger route. So, for instance, this one is Core Path 33, whereby you're not necessarily static on that route, you're moving through the route. So if there happens to be a little bit of stacking in this particular location, I wouldn't necessarily, when we were carrying out design, put a huge amount of store in the fact that there was a minor amount of stacking from a receptor, which represents a receptor that's actually moving in the landscape rather than standing still.
See, I'm just pointing out the stacking because it's not commented at all in the viewpoint assessment. There's discussion of overlapping of blades, but no obvious stacking is the point that's made, and you've just accepted there is stacking.
Well, yeah, so there are two turbines that are appearing close to each other, again, and there's overlapping of blades. Again, in my experience, there's these sorts of receptors, particularly root receptors, you're never going to not find a moment along that route where some of the turbines line up, especially when you've got a group this size, which I know you appreciated, earlier on. But
this is,
yeah, it's not in terms of making it a key design viewpoint. You wouldn't necessarily try to make and ensure that the design was perfect. There were no stacking from this particular location unless that location was particularly important. So when we do choose those design viewpoints, we're not just looking at, reducing stacking. We're looking at a whole range of things. And when we come to consider how much weight we put onto stacking, we very much consider whether that viewpoint is a fixed position in the landscape or whether it's part of a receptor that's moving. So for instance, we could have moved this location, 100 meters in either direction on the route, and it would, in this fixed moment, look differently.
Yeah, of course. I'm simply putting to you, A, contrast with what's in the viewpoint analysis, and B, by reference to remarks we discussed this morning about the design objectives being secured by reference to key viewpoints, of which this is one.
Yes, but again, this is where I'm trying to clarify which bits of, to say that it's a design viewpoint and to say that we've considered it as we've developed the design doesn't necessarily mean to say that we've had to consider every single point. No, we again, all of the viewpoints.
My apologies.
Thanks. So all of the viewpoints that are within 10 kilometres, generally we do consider in detail for design, but the way in which we consider each of those viewpoints will vary depending on the nature of that viewpoint. So you can't just apply the exact same design criteria for every single viewpoint from every single position. So I guess that's what I'm trying to. If this, because there is a bit of overlapping of blades or a little bit of stacking, or I mean, in this case, technically it's not stacked. Sorry, I do seem to be breaking.
We seem to be having an issue with Miss Anderson's speaker, so we'll just swap it out.
Do you want to check it works first?
All right, I'll give that another go. Is that a bit better? Great.
So you've just entered a huge caveat on how we should treat what the design chapter says about key viewpoints. Is there anywhere in chapter 2 which sets out what you've just said of the EIAR? That whilst you took into account the objectives from key viewpoints, you did it in the way that you've just indicated?
I haven't refused. I haven't read all of 2, but I think it's probably unlikely.
Could we then, just before we leave viewpoint 2, if you were to remove 3, 13, 14, 9 and 8, there'd clearly be again a significant reduction in the horizontal extent and prominence of wind turbines, wouldn't there?
There would certainly be a reduction in the horizontal extent, but there would still be turbines visible at nearly 2.5 meters.
And that comes back to, just because turbines are visible doesn't mean that the impact's the same. It's the extent to which they're visible and their prominence, if not dominance, that is of importance. And if what was left could not be described as dominant, whereas what there is now, according to the landscape officer, can only be described as dominant, that would be a significant difference.
I mean, there is a difference at this viewpoint, but again, I think what you've got to bear in mind is the nature of this particular viewpoint that we're looking at. So again, this is a viewpoint from the core. Sorry, I'm losing a bit of above. So this is a viewpoint from core path 33 of Harriet, whereby it's not representing, for instance, the views from the village of Harriet itself. It's actually as you move up out of the landscape, and again, this represents a point on the path. Right, maybe, yeah, maybe that's, I think.
Is it this one?
We'll just take a moment to resolve this because it's needs to be resolved.
Shall I try again? Okay. Is that better? Yeah. So again, this needs to be borne in mind that, again, reduction from here is only representing a very small, you need to consider the reduction not individual viewpoint. And this particular viewpoint a bit of core path that is above the village. So it's not necessarily representing, that you appreciate that that's what this is. Yes, there is a reduction in this particular, but that doesn't necessarily, when we look at the reduction and what those...
One of them, I'm just trying to figure out. Testing. I thought one of them might be. Testing.
I understand your caveat, and I'll take that as applying to all the other ones we look at, but I can only ask you about visualizations that we've got. So I've done, I think that was viewpoint 2. If you could look now at viewpoint 3. And again, there's clear stacking, and if you were to remove, I'm going to put my question in 1 for each viewpoint now, 3, 8, 9, 13 and 14, there would be a significant reduction in the prominence of the wind turbines at this viewpoint, would there not?
I would agree that there is going to be a reduction, but I'm not sure I agree with the word significance.
That's fine. If we then go on to viewpoint 5, and go to 5D, this is netting flat. 5E, sorry, 5C we want on this occasion. Again, there's some stacking on the left-hand side, and again I suggest to you the removal of 13, 3, 8, 9 and 14 would clearly limit the horizontal extent of their wind farm, would it not? Thank you. Just want to this is one of those where the LVIA judged there to be no significant impact from the broader receptor group, but you in 8.2.10 of your report considered it was significant for the broader receptor group. Okay. And then if we go to just 2 more, 6, which is think we need to go to 6E. This is, if you're coming south on a bicycle, this is a national cycle route. You've just climbed up to the top of a fairly short but sharp slope, and this is what you'd see in front of you. In this case, there is no stacking. But again, if you remove 3, 14 and 13, you would significantly reduce the horizontal extent. And I also think, sure, there's the EIAs, and I think your view of this, of the scale of impact, is medium to small, whereas Mr. Kelly considers it to be large. On that view, just double check I've got the right one. Yes. I think that's a matter I'm going to leave for the reporter on the site visit. We know your view. And lastly, if we go to 7, which is Windlestraw Law, and we go to 7E again, I just check my notes. I think that your analysis of scale is medium-small, whereas for Mr. Kelly it's large-medium. But this is one where you accept there would be a significant effect, even though it's a moderate visual effect. Again, I think I can leave the reporter to judge the differences between us on site. The last question I had was really just about the A7. If you go to your 8.2.14 to 8.2.17, the original EIA found there was no significant impact on any part of the A7, whereas you reach a different view. Is that not a very good example of the averaging effect which Nature Scott complained about, the fact that the EIAR could originally find no significant impact?
Am I putting your microphone on?
We'll just try it.
We can try.
Try it. The old people at the phone.
Okay, so this is where I judge there to be significant effects. So the moderate level of effect that we assessed on the A7, I consider within a 5 to 6 kilometre radius of the proposal, I consider that to be a significant effect, whereas the EIA assessor didn't consider that to be significant. So I'm just highlighting where I think the significant effects are on that route, and I believe that that is significant. But don't think that is an example of where we haven't got the magnitude of change wrong. I think it's my judgment with regard to where the significant effects are and where that level is.
I can make submissions as to that, but if we just, that's just, you provided new material as to the A7, which is KA5 and KA6, but in effect they just illustrate what was in figure 5.10, which was the sequential visibility analysis. If you want to have an overall look, so if you can turn to figure 5.10 of the original EIAR. What that shows is, from broadly illustrative viewpoint E to broadly illustrative viewpoint H, fairly consistent visibility, which will vary in extent, and to look at the varying extent, your KA5 and KA6 will assist, but over that stretch of road. Have I understood that correctly?
Sorry, I've taken, so what I illustrated in KA5 and KA6 is, yes, a sequential assessment using wire lines, and it's over a longer, not saying that there are significant effects along the whole of that route that I've included in KA5 and 6.
I'm not suggesting...
No, okay. Just clarifying, sorry, I'm still trying to understand what you're...
I was just looking at figure 5.10, and what I put to you was that between illustrative viewpoint E and H, there's fairly consistent visibility, not complete, but fairly consistent. The extent of such visibility, if you're concerned about any particular viewpoint, is illustrated at individual points along that route in your KA5 and KA6.
Yes, yes, that is true.
Yeah, thank you very much. Sorry, that proved to be slightly longer. In partial mitigation, we did have some communication difficulties. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you, Mr. Findlay. I think that is all for cross-examination from the parties. Mr. Trinick, do you have any re-examination points you wish to make with Ms. Anderson?
I do. You were taken by Mr. Campbell to RVA, and you mentioned some criteria that you use en route to a conclusion in step 4. Where do I find these criteria? Where are they set out? Just tell us the document first.
They're in CD 1.7.
I meant the source of the criteria that you use, the Landscape Institute.
Yes, Landscape Institute.
What document is that? May I lead to the number of the document? Mr. Campbell? Thanks. 7.3. I'll try my luck and lead a stage further. If you go to page 11 of that document, paragraph 414, are these the criteria? Uh, 414.
Yes, they are.
Thank you. You were also taken, I think, by Mr. Campbell to, or maybe Mr. Finlay, you can't remember, to the issue of localised effects, and you said that that's a planning judgment. Am I right that in your inquiry report, obviously as a landscape professional, you reach certain conclusions on the geographic extent of significant effects?
Yes, I do.
And taking into account the scale and topography, scale of the development and the topography?
Yes, I do.
And in your inquiry report at 833 on page 34, it's there, I can take you to it, you reach a conclusion on localised effects.
Yes.
Then you hand that conclusion over at that point to Alison Sidgwick, is that right?
Yes, that is.
Okay, thank you. You were asked some questions by Mr. Finlay about the initial layout, and you were taken to CD 13, figure 22, the design iterations. Ma'am, you'll be familiar with those, you didn't turn them up again. But I'm referring to the initial layouts. You were also taken in that context to Chapter 2 of the Environmental Statement, CD 12, at page, well, not page number, paragraph 26. Would you turn that up, please? Internal page 24. You might want to go there, ma'am, for this one. Are you there?
Yep.
Is this, say, we see this as a section where the layouts, the iterations of layouts are considered and described. The initial layout, correct?
Yes.
Do we see LC landscape character types and the context of the CD 213, which is the ridge start response to the application. Page 8 of that, you can go to it. The question was, would it be an improvement if dominance had been reduced? Do you remember that question?
Yes.
And you said yes.
Yes.
Do you find the impacts of this development dominant on LCT 114?
No, I do not find the dominant on LCT 114. I find the impact to be major and moderate, and does take into account the higher sensitivity that that landscape is related as well.
Don't start giving evidence, Chief, again. Do you don't find it dominant?
No.
Thank you. Final point, it's a very small one. Mr. Q2 V.6 on national cycle route. Is this the cycle route which was national, is now regional?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. That's it.
Ma'am, I wondered if I could ask my learned friend to just tell me a number that in one of his questions in re-examination. I wrote down inquiry report 8.83, but that isn't a number.
Sorry.
No, that was my fault.
Thank you, ma'am. That's it.
Thank you all very much. I'm just very quickly, before I release you, Miss Anderson, I have one question. You'll be glad to know that you have covered my other questions in your cross-examination and your re-examination, but I do have a question going back to your earlier reference this morning to the Woolmuir decision notice and the conclusion of the reporter in that 8.1 kilometres could be considered localised for that particular development. I note that your inquiry report, well, at 8.3.2, says that 5 to 6 kilometres could be considered localised in terms of Greystone now. That's quite a large difference in percentage terms. Do you think that 8.1 or something in the region of 8 kilometres would also be localised in terms of Greystone now?
Yes, I believe it is. Yeah, it would be.
Okay. Right. You'll be glad to know that was my only question for you this afternoon, as you were also efficient in answering my earlier ones. It's 3 o'clock, probably too early for a break. I think we should move on. Thank you very much, Ms Anderson. Your participation is appreciated. We will move now to Scottish Borders Council and their case and their witness.
Thank you. In the first instance, I'd like to address the issue. It seems unfair to refer to Councillor Douglas as an issue, but matter of Councillor Douglas's evidence. He is here in person. His recognition is amongst the papers. I understand for yourself you have no questions. Mr Tinnock has advised me that he would have no questions for Councillor Douglas. Subject to any other party seeking to question Councillor Douglas, I would at this stage simply seek to rely upon his recognition alone as his evidence and not lead him today.
That is entirely acceptable to me as the reporter. Mr Trinick has confirmed it.
Yes, that's very good. I have no questions.
Perfect. Mr Campbell?
No, I have no questions for Councillor Douglas. Thank
Thank
you.
you. And Mr Findlay? Well, Councillor Douglas, you will be relieved, no doubt, to know that we don't require oral evidence, but be assured that we will take into account your written recognition and all it contains. And thank you very much for participating. Ms Thompson, can I ask you to...
Yes, I would thereafter seek to call Ms Kelda Platt to give evidence.
Lovely. Ms Platt, if you would like...
Ma'am, can I clear things up? And
I was about to say, would
tidy?
you like a moment to organise yourself and move the not insignificant number of documents that we all need?
I'm just thinking, ma'am, in terms of where the witness will sit, it's going to be inconvenient for the webcam and for me if the witness is right in line here. I would prefer, and I don't mind sitting next to you at all, if the witness sat over there, if that's possible.
Yeah.
That's for my convenience, but
It's my preference that they sit kind of
Okay.
at the witness.
could the table be shifted a bit that way, in that case, closer to you, ma'am, so that
By all means.
I'm not looking absolutely sideways when asking questions. That's my point.
So, for the benefit of everybody in the room, I know you are all, well, not all, but some of you are very familiar with this process. The same procedure as earlier. There will be evidence in chief from Ms Platt on behalf of Scottish Borders Council, then cross-examination from parties should they so wish, and then re-examination from Scottish Borders Council if they so wish, and any questions from myself before we finish. So, if you could just indicate perhaps when you're ready, Ms Platt, that would be great. Okay, Ms Thompson, would you like to begin?
Thank you very much. Ms Platt, thank you very much for joining us today, especially in light of the troublesome weather we have experienced and your travel over. Just for clarity, you are attending today as a witness both for Scottish Borders Council and the parties represented by Mr Campbell. Yes,
Correct.
and there are elements of this, Mr Campbell's client's case that go beyond the case for Scottish Borders Council.
Yes, that's correct.
So there may be additional questions from Mr Campbell once I am finished, because his client's case is wider than. No?
No.
Not going to do it that way, that's fine.
Okay. Have you agreed which way you are going to do it?
Well, with your permission, we call Miss Platt twice. And
Right, yes, that was my understanding.
Sorry,
Is it?
I misunderstood. I thought it was the other way around. That's no
No.
problem at all. Thank you. So obviously, Ms Platt, you've given your recognition, which is in the core documents, CD 12.3, and I won't go through that word for word, but there will be elements we want to go into in more detail. Ms Anderson confirmed that there are a lot of points, or rather that she agrees that there is significant impacts of this development, and the point of dispute, I suppose, is the extent of those impacts. Would you agree with that?
I agree that there are a lot of significant impacts, and our understanding is that, in our opinion, the extent of the impacts is a little further in geographical terms.
I could ask Miss Platt through you if she could just pull the microphone a little towards her.
Unfortunately, we think that is the issue with the microphone, is being too close to it seems to make it crackle and drop out.
Well,
if you could tilt it down perhaps more towards your...
Is that any better? Can you hear me through the microphone?
I can hear you.
Now?
It's not strong.
Okay. I've been warned to stay back.
I did actually.
Okay, is that any better? Can you hear me throughout the room? Okay. I'll try and stay back here.
If, in the first instance, Ms Platt, I could take you to 2.3 in your recognition.
Okay.
And this is where you talk about the impact, the adverse impact in the Gallowwater Valley area due to siting and overspilling into this character. Could you elaborate on this, just to explain why this is an issue, the siting of the development is an issue, and the impact it has on the Gallowwater Valley area?
Mm-hmm. The Gallowwater Valley area at LCT 114-114 are identified as a medium-scale valley landscape and are identified within capacity/sensitivity reports as not being suitable for wind farm development. And although the wind farm proposals are out with the actual Gallowwater Valley area and the landscape character area, they are of such close proximity that visually and perceptually, when you're travelling and living and being within the valley landscape, they appear to be sited within that same landscape area. And so the effects are of a large-scale development sitting within a landscape which is of a smaller scale and unsuited to that scale of development. Okay, apologies.
Thank you. Now, that appearance, I think Ms Anderson was taken through some viewpoints. With those viewpoints, and I will hopefully be able to direct us back to which viewpoints those were in a moment. Just talking about those viewpoints in general, I think it was 1 to 5. Do they represent your view as far as the situation with how the wind farms would be perceived, turbines would be perceived in the LCT 114?
Yes, I think they would be a good indication of those effects.
Now, if I have noted this correctly, and I may not have, I believe the viewpoints in question are in CD 1.5. 1.15. 1.15. There we go.
Additional information.
I hope so. I'm concerned that I perhaps noted it down incorrectly. Ms Platt, would you be able to identify the relevant viewpoints that would demonstrate this?
Yes, I think we could start with viewpoint 1. So I'm looking at visualisation 1E, which shows all of these turbines from viewpoint 1. So you can see the valley landscape, which fills the entirety of the view. You have the field patterning, you can see the scale of the trees, you can see the height of the trees and the lateral spread of the woodland cloughs, and the field patterning which forms the scale of the fields and the shape of the landscape, and all of that contributes to the medium scale valley landscape. And when you look at the size of the turbines in comparison to the scale of the trees below, and in the lateral spread in comparison to the scale of the overall patterning, then they jar against that valley landscape in terms of the scale. When you look at the positioning of the wind farm and where it sits, there is very minimal evidence of the further landscape character type, the moorland landscape, being within that view, and the perception from this viewpoint would be that they are attached to the valley landscape. There doesn't appear an obvious transition into the next landscape type.
Thank you. And then we could move on to, I think it's 2E. 2E.
So this is the view from the core path 33, and again you're sat within the valley landscape type, and you can see again the field patterning, the medium scale. There are dwellings and residential properties within the view, and all of that gives a context of a residential setting and a domestic landscape. And the turbines appear within that landscape. They're on the top of the hillsides, but there is again no evidence within the view of the next landscape type appearing, and you're seeing more or less the full scale of the turbines reaching down to ground level. So from my point of view, it appears that they sit and are connected to the valley landscape type.
Thank you. And if we move on to 3D, I think is the next one that Ms Anderson had looked at.
So I don't want to repeat myself too much, so I won't go over necessarily the properties. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I've got my back turned to you, so we're at hanging show. Okay.
Sorry, I was thinking of you.
I know, thank you very much.
Okay, so viewpoint 3, again the same landscape patterning contributes to the scale of the landscape and is the only landscape type which you're seeing within this view. There is again no visual evidence of the adjoining landscape type. You don't look into the moorland landscape, and the size of the turbines still appear in terms of perspective to be relatively close, and therefore the perception is that they sit within the landscape type that you're viewing from.
And I do not wish you to have to repeatedly repeat yourself this fact, but I think the other two viewpoints outstanding are 4D and 5. Are you seeing the same types of matters in those two viewpoints?
I think, yes, I think that viewpoint 4 certainly is very indicative of that situation. And again, I would say it's the height of the turbines which are contributing to them appearing to be within the valley landscape. They're at such a scale that there's no diminishing factor to make them appear to be beyond the landscape of which you're sited in when you're making that view. Viewpoint 4 is at Fountain Hall. And viewpoint 5 is a little bit different, because I would say there it demonstrates the potential for some turbines to be viewed within the adjoining landscape. Perhaps we could move on to viewpoint 5 if that's
viewpoint 5.
suitable. Viewpoint 5.
Viewpoint 5 is Nettling Flat.
Nettling Flat. So the visualisation is at 5D. And here, in this situation, you're looking across the Gala Water Valley, and I think it's quite indicative of the sense of what I'd prescribe as overspilling, but is a sense of the adjoining landscape. You can see there's potential for small element of the view where there's a moorland landscape appearing, but it quickly changes, and due to it being in the transitional zone between the two character zones, it very, to me, evidently appears that the turbines to the left half of the cluster are within the valley landscape type, adjoining to the woodland cloughs and field patterning type landscape character.
Thank you. If I could move on to 3.10 of your recognition, just towards the bottom, as we were talking about, this is, I think you're disputing or countering some elements of Ms Anderson's report, and that you do not agree that this could properly be classified as localised. On what basis did you come to this conclusion?
Within that discussion, I was really referring to the fact that the effects are being felt within the adjoining landscape type and the adjoining area, but then also spreading into the next area as well. So you're moving across landscape areas and you're feeling it within the opposite side of the valley. And to me, that feels like you're moving through and away from the moorland landscape and into a separate landscape, and that sense of separation would, in my opinion, have the effect of not being able to be properly classed as localised, because you're not even next to the adjoining landscape type, and you're at a distance of perhaps 8.5 kilometres away.
And how would you define, so we've talked about moving through 3 different landscape types. Would you put a distance on localised, or is it more the different types of landscape you're moving through?
I think it's acknowledged that localised is difficult to pin down, and it changes depending on the landscape that you're in. I think you could say, well, 5 kilometres sounds quite local to me, but I think in this context, really it was the sense of how do you feel when you're moving through the landscape? Are you leaving a landscape type behind you? Is there a changing perception of the area that you're moving through? Are you transitioning into an adjoining area? And if that's the case, there's a sense of a threshold of leaving one area and arriving in another. And I think that progression through a landscape journey is what makes the difference about feeling, are you local or are you not local? In this case, it feels like you're stepping away, and then you're still feeling the effects when you get the views of the development. So in that sense, it feels that they're not local views, they're views of a more distant landscape area.
Thank you. We heard from Ms Anderson about the significant impacts in the A7 tourist corridor, and she identified, I think it was 6 or 7 kilometres. What would your view be in relation to?
I think that the A7 route, when I was looking at it, that there would be potentially significant impacts. I'm just looking at my notes here. For certainly the area between Crookston and, I may get the name wrong, Torquay. But that the effects really you're being experienced for about 17.5 kilometres, but you may have the more significant area between those points where you're within about 2.3 kilometres of the development. But I think that the wider context of the route and the feeling, even if you're moving between a very significant area, those effects are extended when you take into account the experience of the wider route and the experience when you're travelling into the Garlawater Valley from the north, from Edinburgh, and you're travelling south, because you're entering into a wilder landscape. And so to remove those wild qualities or the undeveloped qualities for that section takes away from the route one of the most attractive sections before you then move into more populated areas and into the Galashiels and Hoyk and further down south. So I think that the significance of having impacts on this particular area are greater than just affecting a 5 kilometre or potentially up to a 15 kilometre section of the route.
Thank you very much. Obviously, since or rather very recently, Woolmuir has been consented. In terms of cumulative impact or cumulative effects, what impact or change would this make to your view, bringing Woolmuir into the mix?
I think that I've discussed in my report the potential cumulative effects for the Nettling Flat area in terms of Woolmuir and the increased levels of significant effects likely to be felt from Nettling Flats, so that's 3.5. With Woolmuir, in the view from that area, it takes up a good degree of the panorama to the west, and then the introduction of Greystone now has the effect of extending that developed zone for quite a significant area and taking most of the views to the west and to the southwest for the Nettling Flat residents. I would also say that the effects on Core Path 33 are incredibly significant. Almost the entirety of the core path will be within a wind farm landscape as you move directly through Woolmuir and then open up to views of Greystone Knowe as well. So I think that the effects on core path 33 are significant, and also the effects on Lauder Common, which will be viewpoint 11. The introduction of Woolmuir is a feature to the northwest when you're stood in the Lauder Common area, and the effect of introducing Greystone Knowe as well is to start the infilling of the panorama as you look from the west, from the Lauder Common area. So I felt that the introduction of Woolmuir and Greystone Knowe to the Lauder Common area would create not only significant visual effects, which I've discussed within my reports, but also significant landscape effects for that area. So extending the geographic extent of landscape effects as well. And lastly, I discussed Fallamore SLA and the potential for the introduction of adverse significant effects for Fallamore SLA due to the combination of Woolmuir and Ditcher Law, and then the introduction of Greystone Knowe into that panorama. You currently have a clustering of wind farms for Dunlaw to the, let me get my directions correct, to the south east. So you have a current clustering of wind farms on the panorama to the southeast. You would have Woolmuir to the west and Greystone Knowe to the southwest. Currently, the south and southwest area is undeveloped in terms of wind farms. This would introduce a new feature, and Greystone Knowe would infill into that context in terms of developed skyline, which I think would be very significant.
Thank you very much, Ms Platt. I do not have any additional questions for you.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Ms Thompson. Could we move to Mr Trinick for any cross-examination? In fact, Mr Trinick, before you start, my microphone is crackling when other people's microphones is on. Do you think it might be mine? Mine might be the problem.
But there's also the fact, Ma'am, it's 3:30. You might want to take the afternoon break.
Yes,
before we
looking
start.
at timing, we could take will a 10-minute break be sufficient
Yes.
for everybody at this point? Back at 15:40, and feel free to bring coffee back with you should you require it. Would you mine? Yeah. So when I break.
Just pause that.
Landscape and Visual Witness for Scottish Borders Council. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms Platt.
Good afternoon.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes, I can.
We'll try and observe microphone discipline, probably fail, but we'll do the best we can. I've already notified you. Did you receive the list of documents that you would need for cross-examination?
Yes, I've got that. Thank you.
Good. Now, when were you first instructed by Scottish Borders Council?
In October this year.
October last year, yeah. And before that, you were instructed by Heriot Community Council and others?
That's correct.
And the others being named at, for your note, ma'am, at CD 15.1, paragraph 1.1. And does your experience of assessing the landscape and visual effects of wind farms extend beyond Greystone now, I think Hill of Fair, and possibly a site in on Skye?
Those are the ones that I've been involved in, that's correct, in
Right.
terms of specifically wind farm assessment.
I know you've done lots of other work, don't worry, it's just on wind farms.
No, that's correct.
And have you carried out yourself an LVIA for an applicant for a wind farm?
No, I haven't carried out the assessment part, just the assessment of assessments.
I understand. And have you carried out an RVAA of a wind farm for an applicant?
No, I haven't carried out an RVAA myself, again, just assessing and
Yes.
reviewing other applicants' assessments.
I understand. And although you've given evidence, maybe at other inquiries, is this your first wind farm inquiry?
It's the first time I've attended, personally, a wind farm inquiry in terms of giving evidence myself.
Oh, welcome.
Thank you.
And in terms of site visits, tell us about what you visited when for Greystone now.
So I undertook site visits in October last year, as you say, and I had 2 days in the area looking around at the various viewpoints and assessing the visual receptors, and then I went to some other wind farms, and then I travelled back so that I could experience the entire A7 scenic route. So I suppose in total you could say 2.5 days, and then another day yesterday during our adjourned day, which is helpful. I visited all of the key viewpoints, but not the entirety in person, that's correct.
So I think we referred to viewpoints 1 to 8 earlier as being the key viewpoints. Have you gone beyond 1 to 8, or those are the ones you visited?
I haven't visited 7 in person, which is Windlestraw Summit, but I have visited the rest of the viewpoints within the up to where Wireline A is. I haven't visited viewpoint 19 at Arthur's Seat in person, or viewpoint 17. I would say that I've visited up to 11, with the exception of 10 and 7, if that makes it easier.
And you visited 18, obviously.
18.
18, the one you... Viewpoint 18, can't remember the name of it. Scordlaw.
Scordlaw. No, I haven't visited Scordlaw.
You haven't visited, okay. Thank you.
Yes, I
Have you
remember
done
those.
further interrogation?
No,
Mr.
that was...
Trinick, apologies. Your speaker will need to be on for the webcasting so it can track you.
I'll ask the question again for the webcam. You haven't visited the Lammermuir SLA again to carry out the further interrogation you said might be necessary in your review.
The further interrogation, the reference to that was in relation to the applicant and my understanding that it would be useful within the assessment for further interrogation to be carried out, and specifically in relation to the methodology which stated that the Lammermuir SLA was not taken forward for assessment because of the outcomes of viewpoint 17. And I see that that's now been carried out, which is great. Yeah.
Just trying to get it, say that certain effects
Yep.
are unacceptable.
Yes, that's correct.
Is that right? Sorry.
I'm not sure I've heard your answer.
No, I haven't answered that.
Just Mr. Trinick is forgetting to switch his...
My microphone discipline is poor at the moment, but I will try and make it better.
Well, if you could repeat the question.
I'll repeat the question.
Yeah.
In your evidence of various places, you use the word, you call the development unacceptable. You recall that?
Yes, I do.
But your role in this inquiry is to provide evidence on the landscape and visual effects, your views on what those effects are, and you hand over those conclusions to Mr. Ford as the planner, who reaches conclusions on the application of policy to your conclusions, and then reaches a view on the planning balance. That's the way it works, isn't it?
Yes, that's the way it works.
So when we read the word unacceptable in your evidence, well, what do you mean?
The suggestion that, in my opinion, it may be that those effects are taken forward to be considered unacceptable. But I appreciate what you're saying, that it's not necessarily a judgment that can be taken as read, because it's not a planning judgment.
It'd be fair to say that those significant effects, you conclude they're significant and you really hand over at that point to Mr. Ford, don't you?
That will be the process in terms of determining the true acceptability of them.
Yeah, okay. Now, there's no mention of MPF4 in your review or your inquiry report at all. Are you familiar with the document?
Yes, I am.
And you've read Policy 11, you know what it says?
I do, yes.
Yeah. And it makes a brief appearance in your recognition, but without any, well, let's see what you say. You conclude in 310 that you regret that you are not able to agree in this case that the effects would be properly classified as localised, and that's the only reference you make to that policy or to the word localised in a policy context. In your evidence in chief, you said that, and I want to get this right because I think I wrote it down wrong, that as well as the question of geographic extent of the significant effects, you took account of the experience of leaving one area and to moving into another and experiencing significant effects in the area into which you are moving from the host area. Is that what you were saying? I wasn't quite sure.
I think that's a reasonable summary. I didn't write down exactly what I said myself.
Don't worry. I want to get it clear, though. So, in coming to a view on what is localised, so that you can hand over that conclusion to Mr. Ford for policy application, you take account of the geographic extent of the effects, but you also describe the experience of moving from one area into another, and then still find these significant effects when moving into that other area. Have I recorded what you said correctly?
Yes, I think that's correct.
So that the fact of moving, shall we say from LCT 90, which is the host landscape area, into LCT 114, you know where I am there, and still find these significant effects in LCT 114, is that what would lead you to conclude that the effects are not localised?
No, I was referring really to moving from LCT 90, the host landscape, through LCT 114 and then into LCT 91.
91.
Which I considered to have significant adverse visual effects for Lauder Common,
Yes.
for viewpoint 11, and also significant cumulative landscape effects and visual effects.
Right, I understand. So to get it clear, is moving into the removed but one landscape character type of LCT 91. You're looking across from that landscape. If you see significant effects, then although distance is a factor, you would still conclude those effects are not localised because you are in LCT 91.
I think what I was explaining was the challenge of the difference in localised effects and the experience of localised effects depending on the specific context, which is why I expect determinations are different from proposal to proposal. And in this instance, I think that that is part of the factors which contribute to the perception of the effects not being localised.
I see. I think I do understand that. Have you looked at various inquiry reports which are before this inquiry in order to get some sense of how other reporters, and most of them being approved by the ministers, any disagreement on this point, how reporters have treated the question of localised effects in the context of Policy 11?
I wouldn't say that I've got the experience that Ms Anderson explained in terms of the scope of reviewing of those documents. So it may not be that I have the feedback in terms of reviewing other reports.
Oh, nice fresh approach, that's great. But you haven't been through the various inquiry reports to ask yourself how previous reporters have treated this question of Policy 11 and a very difficult question of localised effects.
No, I'm really referring to the Council's approach and the report of handling and the discussions around this specific development itself.
All right, that's very helpful. So there are two things I want to focus on probably throughout the examination. One is the question of design mitigation. The other is the question of the extent of effects and whether or not they're localised, so that the reporter has some appreciation of where you are there. There'll be other points, but there are two principal themes I'm going to run through. And just before we go there, CD 1112 is the Scottish Borders Council Landscape Capacity Study. You don't really mention this at all, do you, in your evidence? You don't deal with the Landscape Capacity Study.
I do refer to it in some places, but I also respect that it's been downgraded in terms of relevance by the applicant and that perhaps it isn't useful in terms of being a black and white reference point.
We mustn't accept what we say at face value. You do deal with it at paragraph 3-4 of your precognition. You refer to it, and I acknowledge that. But in your review and inquiry report, I think I'm right, it doesn't receive any attention. And the reason for that is because the applicant says it's been downgraded. Is that?
Sorry, you're referring to the original review? Which
yes, your November review carried out for Heriot Council and other parties. If you prove me wrong, that's fine, very happy. But I think that neither in your review nor your inquiry report do you reference what was formerly called the capacity study at all.
Yeah, I do review it within section 4.25.
Sorry?
In terms of the mitigating factors and design principles, I refer to it in paragraph 4.25. So this relates to the exact citing of the development?
Yeah. Yes, fair enough, that is a reference to it. But you don't really deal with the report in the detail I might have expected from a Scottish Borders Council witness. It's their document, it's still current, still referenced in the development plan. So is there a particular reason why you did not deal with it in detail?
Well, I feel that I bring it in as in a relevant way. I don't labour the point. The idea was to highlight that the report did have something to say about this particular landscape type, that the host landscape may be considered suitable, but not necessarily in this particular location, and that the adjoining landscape is certainly identified as having no capacity. I think the report, I've referred to the report, and the report explains that in detail. There was no point going into it in a long-winded way in my own review.
All right, fair enough. Coming on to design and mitigation, your review of November was carried out not for Scottish Borders Council but for others, but obviously you used the review to inform your evidence for the council, and clearly you have. And so you also, I can turn to the appendix to your review. There's a CD 15.1 appendix. You could also get out these at the same time. CD 1.2, this is the LVIA Chapter 5. 1.2. But paragraph 564 is a paragraph we've visited already in the evidence.
Sorry, could you repeat that paragraph number?
Yes, of course. 564. Sorry, my other window's still open. It's dry and airless in here. Dry and airless in here. You do with one. Now we can see where you differ. There's not much need to go through your appendix and 564, but if we note where we're apart, there's a location within an open upland landscape. You say in your appendix the exact site location is correct. Wind farm is situated within a suitable landscape type. However, and then what you really say is you're saying we're too close to 114, and that's your main point on location.
Yes, while the host landscape in the wider context is potentially suitable for this scale of development, the adjoining landscape is not, and locating it on the border between the two obviously has risks of impacting on the landscape adjoining it, which isn't suitable for that scale of development.
Okay. That's a central feature of our evidence. It's been debated already. We know where you are on that. I may return to it, but that's where we're apart. Setback from surrounding more sensitive landscapes, again, we're apart. We know why. I needn't labour that point. The third factor is maximising offsets to residential properties and nearby settlement. I'll deal with that point when you give evidence for Heriot Council rather than for SBC. The fourth factor is separation from other large-scale wind energy development. Now, that's not a factor you pick up in your appendix, so I assume you don't take issue with it.
I did have some issues in terms of the Carcant wind farm proposal.
We haven't read that before. Okay, so...
Actually, no. I take that back. That's not correct. I'm thinking of something else.
Sorry?
Sorry, I was thinking of something else. No, I think you're right there, that's not something which has been...
That's okay. Siting of turbines to create a balanced appearance, avoid the appearance of dramatic change of turbine spacing, etc. We are, to some extent, apart on that. lost my space. After your giving your views on the first 4 points, or missing out one, the first 3 of 5, then the last point, you say overall the design mitigation approach has been successful in terms of height balance for turbines and reduction in stacking issues. There are instances of outliers within views, and the horizontal spread of the development as a whole in general is out of scale with landscape fabric and underlying topography. Within plan views, the development is well ordered to contain effects. However, due to the scale of the development, it is suggested the balance is not attained for a good degree of viewpoints. When I read that, I thought, well, where we're really apart here is not so much on the design and layout of the development, but its scale and exact location in LCT 90. Would I be right?
Sorry, can you just tell me which paragraph you were reading out then?
From your review, the landscape format appendix to your review on page 6.
I think that you're correct in terms of the main issues are the siting and the lack of setback and the proximity to the adjoining landscape. I do pick up some areas which have been discussed previously within the inquiry about stacking and issues for specific viewpoints as well. And I think additionally, as you say, we can discuss the offsets to residential properties later. But there are certainly some additional points in terms of visual effects and the stacking and the clustering and outliers has been discussed before.
We'll come back to that in a moment. You are critical, though, of the attention given in the EIA to design. Did you, when you wrote that, had you seen paragraph 2 of the environmental statement? Environmental Impact Assessment Report, rather, the EIAR.
Sorry, when I was critiquing
in your review, you criticise various aspects, which we've just been through, from location, setback, maximising offsets and siting of turbines, all going to the design of the development in some way. Had you actually taken account of what's in Chapter 2 as opposed to the Landscape and Visual Impact Assessment? What is said about design?
So the review was in reference to the application as a whole. So in terms of the actual justification and description of the development of that design, it does take that into account.
I see. All right.
So I was saying that the review is a review of the application as a whole, and so it does take into the background and the reasoning for the positioning and the development as well.
Would you go to CD12, Chapter 2? So it's in Chapter 2, internal page 24. Sorry, ma'am, the jacket's got to come off. This is really getting ridiculous. Are you familiar with this text?
Yes, the page we're on, 224.
Within Chapter 2 of the EIAR, CD12, paragraph 26 on internal page 24.
Yes.
26 then,
Yes, the one. You can see there the process of iteration that has been gone through to arrive at the final layout. Whether or not we agree, we were not going to agree, with the qualities of the development as put before the reporter, I'm sure that you would agree that considerable attention has been given to landscape and visual effects in the various iterations which have emerged in the final design, which is layout D.
I think that the iterative design process is included. However, I found it very restrictive, and it doesn't look at many options beyond a very small scope of siting. So I appreciate that there is some evidence of some iterative design, but it seemed to me quite limited.
Oh, all right. Well, we'll disagree on that. If we also turn up CD 213, which is the Nature Scott response to the application. And go to the second page of 213. We can see there, can't we, that Nature Scott took the view in the first paragraph under the heading of landscape and visual effects that in the fourth line the development relates reasonably well to the character, scale and landform of the upland surroundings, appears relatively well balanced in most views, and is separated from operational wind farms by several kilometres. They do take issue in the next paragraph with the dominating, they call it that, skyline effect on valley receptors and significant effects on upland receptors. Nevertheless, I suggest that Nature Scott don't take particular issue with the design and layout of the development. Would you agree with that?
I think that they haven't referred to it directly. However, the effects are obviously detailed there in terms of the dominating skyline, which is part of the issues with the layout and the visual effects which ultimately are produced by the layout of the development.
Nevertheless, I'll push you one more time on this, that reading your evidence, and I think you've more or less agreed this, but put it one time more, that your fundamental concerns with what is proposed here are not about the stacking effects which arise, not about the layout of the development, not about the precise design. It's all about the location of the development, as you say, close to the edge. You say that LCT 90 and the impacts on the pastoral upland LCT 114 and the visual receptors in that LCT. That'd be correct.
I think that's the main concern, because ultimately the original siting of the development is the foundations of the design and produces the largest amount of effects. Any mitigation in terms of the layout itself can only deal with tweaking the edges of those potential effects. The visual effects, which I have an issue with, could be mitigated by some adjustments to the design, and I would agree with the original council office, landscape officer's reports in terms of potential for removal of turbines. But I would say that my main concern is that the siting of the development ultimately is the first starting point for the production of the high levels of significant adverse effects which are produced.
That comes through clearly in your report and in your recognition. Thank you. Now we're going to look at your evidence on landscape and visual effects, including specifically geographical extent of significant effects. But first of all, you don't define any methodology in your review or your inquiry report or your recognition, so I assume you adopt that of Kelly Anderson.
Yes, I think that it's safe to say that the baseline for my review of the assessment is to take the baseline of the original report and the original LVI assessment and to try and use the methodology so that we are coming from the same point.
Yep, thank you. Let's look first at LCT 90 and go to your inquiry report at paragraph 3.2. And also at the same time, your review at paragraph 4.3. In your review, first of all, you record what the LVIA says, significant effects to a distance of 2 to 2.5, and you comment on that, but you don't reach in that paragraph any conclusions of your own on the extent, the geographic extent of significant effects on LCT 90, do you? As a matter of fact.
And I've just repeated the substantial and adverse effects which were found within the original assessment.
If you go to your inquiry report then, taking things chronologically, at paragraph 3.2, again I was looking for your evidence on the extent of significant effects, and you record again there what the LVIA says, but again I don't find there any evidence of your view of the extent of significant effects, do I?
No, I haven't included specific comments on that because I felt that the effects were known to be significant and they were stated as significant and substantial, and there wasn't much to be gained from adding to that, that conclusion.
Right. Well, I think you're going to have to, because the reporter has to be informed on this very topic. Let's try and see what we can do. If we go to CD 713, which is the Landscape Officer's report, 713, on the third page. I'm not sure the numbers, but the third page. There, tell me when you're there, sorry, I'm hurrying you.
Is that the page beginning to the east of the Gala Water Valley?
Yes, that's the one. There the landscape officer is discussing landscape effects. In the third paragraph, that she records that LVIA acknowledges significant effects to within 2.5, and at the end of that paragraph, I concur with the overall assessment of effects on this LCT. So at the very least, no disagreement with 2.5. If we go to Nature Scott, I'm trying to give the reporter a rounded impression of the evidence on this particular issue. We go to Nature Scott on page 6, 213. They record what the LVIA says, which we've done several times in the first bullet point on that page, but then they say we consider landscape character effects would extend further across the Morford Hills given the extensive visibility within 5K. It's a bit ambiguous, but one might say that they see significant effects at 5K. Is that about right?
Are you asking me to comment on the nature
No, I'm
stuff?
asking you, that's what Nature Scott appear to say. It's a bit ambiguous, but it would seem to be that they are saying they see significant effects out to about 5K.
I think that they are referring to a potential expansion of that geographic range of the effects, and that's certainly reflected within the visual effects. So,
Never mind the visual effects, looking at the landscape effects, looking at this document, trying to understand what Nature Scott is saying, that they say that's what the LVIA says, we consider the significant effects go further given extensive visibility within 5K. My interpretation of that is that they are saying significant landscape effects extend to 5K within LCT 90.
yes, I think that they feel that there's a greater range of landscape effects.
If you'd answer my question more precisely, do you agree that they are saying it's about 5K?
I would agree.
Okay, thank you. Now, we could go to Kelly Anderson's, perhaps we better go to Kelly Anderson so I don't misrepresent what she says. Her evidence inquiry report. Don't go there, I'll rehearse to you fairly what it says at 716. she takes a different view from the LVIA. The LVIA identified effects, significant effects within the house landscape to 2.5K. The author, Kelly Anderson, agrees the effect beyond 2.5K would reduce to moderate, but within approximately 5 kilometres this would represent a significant effect. So she agrees with what I think Nature Scott is saying, that actually the effects are more than assessed in the LVIA and more than the landscape officer of the council has assessed. She goes to 5K. You see that? If we go to your review, which I keep losing, I will find somewhere. How's it going? Apologies. I've got it. Paragraph 4.1. Now we'll take that point second. Go to the statement of agreed matters, please, and I mean the statement of agreed matters which followed that of November, is now 16.6, and when finally submitted will be 16.7.
I think that one was omitted from the core documents list which went out recently.
Which one was that, sorry?
16.6.
Oh, you don't have it.
I don't have it right here.
Do you have what will be 16.7? Can we just pause a minute? Has that gone in there?
16.6 is the latest version. There's no variation.
16.6 is the latest version in the core documents, but you don't have that.
It's on the link. It doesn't take you to it on the list with the hyperlinks.
Okay. Yes, please. We'll provide a copy for you.
If it's any help, the version I have is headed draft SOAM 210125. That's the correct one, isn't it? Yeah. I have a hard copy if that's of any help.
That would be helpful. Looking at paragraph 5.7 of that document. Now, the reason I go through this carefully is because of the order of events, so the reporter understands. This text in this, this version of the Statement of Agreed Matters shows by colouring and shading the text that was sent by your clients, the council, to the applicant in response to the October draft which was submitted by the applicant. So what we're seeing in 5.7 represents the position of the council. Yeah?
Yes, that's correct.
And the parties agree that significant effects would arise within LCT 90, with significant effects occurring with 2.5 outer radius of outer turbines, and beyond this reducing to moderate and not significant. So actually you would appear to agree with the landscape officer that it's 2.5 for significant effects, and in contrast to Kelly Anderson at 5 kilometres. That's what you're saying?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. That's fine. I put that point to you carefully. I want to be fair to you, because clearly you are claiming significant effects to a lesser distance than the applicant's witness. I want to be sure that's your evidence. It's in the statement of agreement matters, so I assume it is.
And that's within the host landscape,
Yes, it
LCT
is.
90, not within the wider area?
Correct. Just with an LCT 90.
Yes.
That's your position. That's fine. Go back to your review. So I'm dotting between your documents, but if you look at paragraph 4.1 of your review, you say the LBIA provides a concise and clear assessment of potential effects, etc. The numerous significant and adverse determinations reflect the very large-scale and incongruous nature of the proposed development within a landscape of small-scale and human patterning. Are you referring to LCT 90 when you say that?
That refers to LCT 114, the Garlowater Valley landscape. The LCT 90 is the moorland landscape, which...
Well, indeed. The reason I'm asking you the question is you say the development is within a landscape of small-scale and human patterning. Do you want to revise the wording of what you say there?
The landscape effects would be perhaps more precise in that sense, but it is very much on the transitional zone and is felt within that landscape.
It gets a bit messy, doesn't it? You're saying very clearly in that paragraph the proposed development is within a landscape of small-scale and human patterning. Clearly, I think we agree it's not. LCT 90 is a large-scale landscape.
I think that the specific wording of the of paragraph 4.1 says that the numerous significant and adverse determinations reflect the large-scale and incongruous nature of the proposed development within the landscape of small-scale patterning. It doesn't suggest that the proposal is cited within that landscape, but that the effects are felt within that landscape.
I'll take your word for it. That's not the way it reads, I think, but that's what you meant to say, that the effects are felt within LCT 114, but you're not claiming the development is actually within a small-scale landscape.
No, the development is within a large-scale landscape, but the significant and adverse determinations are the effects of being felt within the adjoining medium, small-scale landscape.
All right. If you go to your inquiry report at 3.2, in fact, we see you actually confirming in the second line that LCT 90 is, the landscape is large scale, so that puts the point beyond doubt. Do we agree on the scale of that landscape? Yes?
Yes, it's a large-scale moorland landscape.
All right. Well, let's turn to what we've achieved there. We've got the reporter's note now of where you claim significant landscape effects to within that LCT. Now let's see what happens in LCT 114. If you go to paragraph 3.3 of your inquiry report, on page 2, that's internal page 2, I think it's electronic page 4, I think we go +2. We can read what you say in paragraph 3.3 without me reading it, the whole paragraph out. I don't intend to do so. But it's fair to say that in that paragraph, as a matter of fact, you reach no conclusions on the extent of significant effects, do you?
Sorry, which paragraph are you on?
3.3 of your inquiry report.
Ah.
Don't worry, I've been muddling throughout, so you're not alone.
I'm sorry, your question was whether I reached any specific determinations.
I'm looking for some figure for your view of the extent in geographic extent of significant landscape effects within 114. I don't see any claim there of any specific geographic extent. Am I correct?
Yes, you're correct in the sense that that's not something that I've explicitly stated in that area.
Okay.
With the understanding that it's evident that the extent of the Gala Water Valley in terms of the 5 kilometre stretch of the A7 scenic route and the extent of the visual receptors demonstrates the scope and the scale of that. But I've not specifically put it into that section.
Well, hang on a minute. You're rather muddling visual and landscape effects there. I'm talking about landscape character effects. You see what I mean?
Yeah, no, I do see that. And you're right,
Okay.
there isn't a specific statement of
All
the
right.
extent of effects.
If you go on to your review of paragraph 4.4, I have the same point. You make some observations. We can agree or disagree with them, but you don't reach any view on the geographic extent of significant effects there, do you?
No, I think you're right there, that the effects are generally within the pastoral upland valley, but I've not defined the exact extent
No,
of those
that's all right. I
effects.
understand. So again, we turn to the statement of agreed matters. And paragraph 5.7. But, oh dear, there's no mention of LCT 114 at all. We've got LCT 91 and 90, but nothing about 114. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. It's not referred to.
So we're still lacking the information. It's not for me to give you evidence in chief, but I think that the reporter does need to have a view on this point. You don't give a distance, therefore, for this LCT, but to be fair, Kelly Anderson says, Inquiry Report 719, no need to go to it, just for your note, that she sees effects extending to about 5 kilometres within that LCT. Do you agree with her?
I think that the significant effects of 5 kilometres seems reasonable, and potentially that reflects the extent of the character effects specifically.
All right, that's wow, we agree. That's great. If you go to your review at 425, you took me there once before, so we'll go back to it. And what I want to take you to is actually the passage you were taking me to, which is about the LCS, the Landscape Capacity Study. And you speak from about the fifth, sixth last line about the strong connection between the landscape of the Gala Water Valley and the adjoining uplands. Introduces the proposed wind farm visually into the scope of the valley itself, with no landscape capacity for this scale of development. And you refer to the capacity study and what it says about this LCT having no capacity for larger scale development. I suggest you're taking the wrong approach there, that what the landscape capacity study did was to evaluate the LCTs for their sensitivity to wind farm development within them. That's what it was doing.
Is that the question? That's the question.
Yes, question mark.
Yes, the capacity study looked at the specific landscapes as a host landscape, and if you were to position a wind farm within it, the effects. But what I'm referring to there is the effects which are created due to the proximity and positioning on the border and the zone in between these two types, and the effect of experiencing the proposals as a part of that landscape, and the challenges that creates and the level of effects that creates due to that positioning.
Yeah, okay. But, so I do come back to it. The LCS, the Landscape Capacity Study, did, as you've acknowledged, look at the capacity for development in each landscape character type. So when you refer in paragraph 425 to there being no capacity for larger scale wind turbines due to the modest scale of the landscape, etc., that's referring to development within LCT 114, isn't it?
It is, and I use that to illustrate how, if that was to be just perhaps a kilometre further east, that it would be contradicting those guidelines quite severely.
But it's not, is it? It's an LCT 90, that's the point.
No, that is the point, but obviously the landscape does flow, and as you move closer to another host landscape, those effects do transmit.
I mean, borrowing key characteristics is always a dangerous thing to do. Each LCT has its own key characteristics, and NatureScott have published those as recently as 2019, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. We'll come back to that in another context. It's dry. Sorry, man, the dryness getting to my throat. When you go to CD 712, the landscape capacity study itself, we go to page 29, internal page 29. I think the electronic page is quite different.
Which part of the study are you?
Oh, Lord, I thought you'd ask me that. I have no idea. It's, what part is it? First part.
Sorry, internal page.
Internal page 29. Sorry, 20, it is 29, yeah. Part 2, I'm sorry, I mean told. Part 2. Now, I'm picking up your point very directly, the point you just put back to me about your review at paragraph 425, what you were intending to convey. If you look at the dissected plateau moorland on that page 29, are you there? Yep. And you look at the landscape analysis for LCT 90, as we know it, the Moorfoot Plateau. I'll wait. Just read through, will you, that paragraph, landscape analysis, to yourself. Let me know when you're through. Thank you.
Yes, I've read that.
My point is that actually the landscape capacity study or sensitivity study or whatever we call it actually takes specifically into account the relationship between the area being sensitivity development within that area, the relationship between that area and neighbouring areas. That's very specific in that landscape analysis. My suggestion is that the evaluation of sensitivity takes into account that relationship.
I think it's not necessarily explicit within the analysis description there, and I think that you'll perhaps agree that it's still quite broad scale and generic, and it's referring to a very large host landscape area.
I would agree with you, it's a strategic study, it's broad scale, it's not at the level of LVIA, but I will suggest to you once more, I'll take your answer for whatever it is, that what this study does do, if nothing else, is to explore the capacity of an area to receive new development, taking into account the relationship between that area and adjoining areas.
I think it would be difficult to say that the description there does go to that level, and there are obviously other areas of the report which take into account the specific, more local scale characteristics of the landscape, and which suggest that as you move to the Gala Water Valley area that the capacity reduces significantly.
Okay. You're very good at answering questions because you lead on to my next question. It's excellent. If you go to your inquiry report at 3.3 on page 3, sorry, page 2. And also get out KA1, the big A1 background ZTV for landscape receptors. What you say in 3.3 is that the landscape of the adjacent character area of the Gala Water Valley is most strongly affected by proposed development, strong visual connections to the adjoining LCT 114, abundant intervisibility to the proposed development. This landscape type is medium scale, enclosed, etc., etc. If you go to KA1, what we can see, I suggest, is that the southern part of the Gala Water Valley in 114, you can see the word Symington Mains and Bankhouse Farm. From just north of that, southwards, there's very little theoretical visibility of the proposed development.
Yes, I'd agree with that. Yeah.
The potential visibility is really in the northern or upper part of the Gala Water Valley within LCT 1.14. We can see there's more extensive visibility to the north. Yes?
Yes, I'm flashing now, so I don't know if my microphone's gone off. I can still hear you. And carry on. Sorry,
Just tap the microphone. Does it make a noise when you do it?
Ah. Okay. I think I'm working. Yeah. Could you repeat that question? Sorry.
Dealt with the southern part of the Gala Water Valley within 114. Looking further to the north, we've agreed that there is a greater degree of theoretical visibility of the development on a bare landscape basis going up to the upper Gala Water, don't we? The upper valley.
Yeah, sorry, can you rephrase that? I'm not quite sure what you're asking.
Probably not putting it very well. To the north of Symington Mains within LCT 114, in comparison with south of Symington Mains, we can see greater theoretical visibility of the proposed development.
Yes,
But
so
then
the northern
turns,
half.
sorry, my apologies. Then it turns west into the Harriet Water, and we can see that the base of the Harriet Water within LCT 114, where people live, is almost completely unaffected by the development.
The
base of the valley.
Yeah, so the Harriet area itself, in terms of that specific valley,
Yeah.
is out with the visual envelope.
Okay. So your claim of significant landscape character effects on LCT 114 does relate only to the area north of Symington Mains and excluding the base of the Harriet Water Valley.
Yes, I think that
Okay.
you can see, so there's roughly, I mean, it looks about 50% of the valley which is affected.
Okay. We know our evidence. And I could put to you, you're wrong, and you will say I'm not. So there we are. That's where we differ. Now I want to very briefly, because you've already done this, and it's been done with Kelly Anderson already today, go to some of the viewpoints. I'll be as quick as I can. Go to your inquiry report first. Paragraph 3.3. Simply to give a marker for the reporter on where this is all coming from, that is where you talk about viewpoints 1 to 5, illustrating the points you make in that paragraph. It's been rehearsed already, I needn't rehearse it again. And I also heard you in chief give evidence on these points, so I can be fairly brief. And I will take you first to viewpoint 1 within CD 115, Part 2, Volume 3. Someone move this or I'll spill it. Thank you. Sorry, webcam. The point from viewpoint 1, and I know we can disagree, but there we are, is that we say that actually the distinction between the landscape character of LCT 90 and the landscape character of LCT 114 is very distinct from this viewpoint. It's quite clear which is which. You can tell it's different character, and that the development is manifestly over there in LCT 90 rather than over here in the pastoral uplands. What do you say to that?
Well, I would say that it isn't. I think from my point of view that the patterning carries on to the area where the wind farm proposals are sited. So you see the same landscape patterning moving underneath the turbines, and there's very much connectivity between the landscapes, and there isn't a very clear distinction and movement from one landscape character type to the other when viewed from this position. All
right. We see where we differ. If you go to viewpoint 2, my point is rather different there, that I think what you said in evidence in chief, I hope I got it right, is that the very fact that the turbines' bases can't be seen, that the bases are hidden, draws the turbines into the landscape type, the pastoral uplands. Is that what you were saying?
I don't think that's exactly what I was saying. I think my issue or my thoughts on this viewpoint are that, again, you've got the same landscape patterning and the same situation where you're not really having any views into a further landscape. The fact that you can see pretty much the entire extent of the turbines makes it appear as if it's sitting within the landscape which you're viewing rather than any further, more distant landscape type.
Well, we very clearly differ there, and to put that point another way, that the very fact that the turbines, you can't see their bases, I think almost, in fact in all cases, you don't see their bases. They're, if you like, hull down just over the immediate horizon, gives a landscape perspective which takes the appreciation beyond the pastoral uplands into what is beyond. They do not appear to, they very clearly don't appear to be within the landscape where this viewpoint is.
I think that I would say that because of the size of the turbines, the effect of the scaling is that the perception that they are quite close. They are obviously set back further in reality in terms of the host landscape type, but because of the scale of them, they appear to all intents to be within the valley landscape and sited within that pastoral fieldscape patterning.
I suggest that's more of visual appreciation than landscape character appreciation.
Sorry, can you rephrase that?
No, I'll put it rather better. I suggest that's more of a visual appreciation than a landscape character appreciation.
Well, in terms of this being part of the visual analysis and visual effects viewpoint analysis, it's very much how the view is perceived from this location and from this location and from the visual receptors and the viewpoints.
Well,
they clearly indicate that the turbines appear to be located within the valley landscape.
I think I was probably right on my point. You do appear to be mixing the visual and the landscape metaphor a bit here. I'm talking about landscape character here, and my suggestion that, which I've already made, which you've denied, that the turbines are clearly beyond the pastoral upland landscape. Your answer appears to take us more into visual receptors than the landscape itself.
I think that the effects, if we're talking about the repercussions of the visual confusion in terms of the viewer's perception and the effects on the landscape character impacts, is that where we're at?
Yeah, I think we probably are.
The resulting effects on landscape character and the adverse effects that we found within the Garlowater Valley, if that's what we're referring to, as a result of the perception of the positioning of the turbines within the valley, I think are reinforced when you look at this view.
All right. We'll see where we differ. I'll take you to two more very quickly. Viewpoint 3. And I suggest even more strongly that in this viewpoint, from this viewpoint, the turbines are very clearly over there somewhere, not in the landscape in which this viewpoint sits.
I think, again, the issue is if you could see the next landscape and it was evident within the view, you would have a perception of the next landscape. However, it just appears to be slightly over the hill within the same landscape because there isn't any view to any moorland landscape or context.
Okay, well, I can take the answer into what happens later. That's absolutely fine. And finally, viewpoint 5. Just recall we disagree, but move on into viewpoint 5, where perhaps of all the viewpoints we're looking at, this really is one where you can see very clearly the difference in character between the pastoral landscape, between the, you've got LCT 91 where you are, then you've got in between, you've got the pastoral landscape, and beyond that, you've got LCT 90. And that the development is very clearly well over there in LCT 90.
I think that this is it's quite an interesting viewpoint in terms of illustrating the transition of the landscapes. I would say that the 6 turbines to the right-hand side do appear to be connected into the moorland, and there is evidence of a moorland-type landscape appearing. However, as you move left, the appearance from here is that it straddles two landscape types, and it's quite clearly connecting to the woodland cloughs, the field patterning, and the pastoral, the sort of pastoral landscape of the Garlowater Valley. So it appears from this one to be straddling the two in this instance, I would say.
Okay, well, on that one, our evidence is very opposed, but there we are, we have your view. Thank you. I want to move on to LCT 91. Man, we're at 4:48. We're not going to finish the cross-examination today, in fairness to my voice, in fairness to Ms. Platt. We'll get so far, but I'm about halfway through.
Halfway through?
Yep.
Crikey.
Yeah.
I say that in the best possible.
Well, I take it in the best possible way.
I'm simply thinking about our timetable for tomorrow and our ability to complete what we hoped to complete. We only have the morning set aside for landscape and visual impact, and then the afternoon is meant to be the policy hearing session. Realistically, Mr. Trinick, you have an hour left, you think?
Yep.
Mr. Campbell, could you give an estimate?
Of what?
If you have any cross-examination for Ms. Platt, or are you going to... Well, she's not your witness at the moment, but have you any questions on...
Of course not, we're on the same side.
And Mr. Findlay?
No questions.
Right. So an hour tomorrow morning, which if we began at 9:30 would take us to 10:30. We then need to move to Heriot Community Council and others, and your appearance on their behalf. Mr. Campbell, can you give me an estimate of how long you think you will take in chief? And
a few questions. This is a thorough cross-examination, and I'm not going to cover it again.
Good. I'm glad to hear it. Mr. Findlay?
No questions.
Again,
cross-examination about 15 minutes.
Okay. And then moving on to Mr. Kelly tomorrow morning. Mr. Findlay, can you give an indication of roughly your estimated time?
Evidence in chief, 15 minutes, if that.
Cross-examination, 20 minutes.
Council?
I won't have questions.
Would you have any? Okay, that does make me feel a little happier about our ability to meet the timetable tomorrow. I would urge you all to think about your questions and keep as much as possible to the times you've indicated. It just will help enormously. If we start to spill into our limited time, it's not going to end well for anybody. I sound like the voice of doom, but we don't really want to spill into Friday or another day or another type of procedure. So I would urge you all, if possible, please don't feel I'm restricting your questionings or your evidence in chief. I really don't want you to think that, but simply to be as concise as we all can be. So, is everybody happy to begin at 9:30 rather than 10 tomorrow morning? Bearing in mind, Stuart has quite rightly pointed out, we need to completely dismantle the webcasting system and take it to Stowe tomorrow evening and have it all set up and ready to go by 7 p.m. I would really like to be able to finish at 4:30 tomorrow to give us a reasonable chance of getting there, setting up and not being like headless chickens. So if we aim for 9:30 to 4:30 with the usual breaks of an hour for lunch and 2 breaks of 15 minutes afternoon and morning respectively. I suspect we shall all be very tired by tomorrow evening, but we will have achieved a lot, which should make us all feel very happy.
I wasn't suggesting I'd stop right now.
Okay, were you
I
not?
was just warning that I wasn't going to finish.
Okay, how
When do you
much
plan to
longer?
Well, I want to finish landscape,
Okay,
and
and
that's
how?
a matter of 20 minutes, I suspect. No less than that. 15 minutes.
Okay,
And I can even start on visual if you want me to, but
no, I think better to finish on a discrete point this evening. It's been a long and intense day for everybody, so if everybody's happy to continue beyond 5 p.m, it really won't be significantly later than that.
I just raised the question of Miss Platt's powder. She's a council witness,
I know.
right? And I won't be speaking to her this evening, and I can quite happily say that here. I think you'll take it from me, and I'm sure Ms Thompson will be the same. So Mr Tunick's interests, or his client's interests, would be protected in that way.
I'm quite comfortable, Mr.
am
Trainer,
I
for you?
prejudicing your evidence in chief by putting you in that position?
No.
Fine.
Okay, on that basis,
If I decide that you are, then I'll wait till the morning and have a conversation with Ms Platt in 4:00.
okay, that sounds like a sensible approach. Are you comfortable, Ms Platt, that you will effectively be in Purda this evening until tomorrow morning?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
LCT 91, go to your review at 4.5 and also to your inquiry report at 3.4. Sorry, not sure I mean that at all. Four, 5. That'll do us. That's where I went wrong. It's the paragraph 3.4 of your review. My apologies. 3.4. Thank you. 3.4 of the inquiry report. Backtrack as you were. LCT 91. Same point as for LCT 114. I'm not clear what you are claiming so far as the extent of significant landscape effects is, because you deal with viewpoint 11, but that's a viewpoint. But are you claiming significant landscape character effects?
No, I'm not claiming significant landscape character effects.
In that LCT?
Not for the proposal alone, only when we move to cumulative.
Okay, I understand, because that helps me considerably. If we go to the statement of agreed matters, paragraph 5.7 again. you say there's an exception for within the Lauder Common area of LCT 91, a distance of about 8.5 to the southwest with potential significant effects. I was left unclear, but you've said that so far as Greystone now, on the operational and consented baseline is concerned, no significant landscape character effects. But cumulatively, when assessed with, is it Woolmuir? You might see some significant effects.
For Woolmuir and Scordlaw.
And Scordlaw?
Scordlaw.
Sorry, I'm a bit puzzled there. Do you mean Scordlaw? Scordlaw is way to the south.
Not the viewpoint, the development.
No. Yeah. You say cumulative effects with Woolmuir and Scordlaw. Do you mean Scordlaw? That's
Yes.
in the opposite direction.
But within the Lauder Common context, when you look at the panorama, Scordlaw appears to the south-west. Woolmuir appears to the north,
Yes.
west, and Greystone now appears to the west. And so you have a full panorama when you take into context the cumulative effects.
I would call that a visual effect rather than a landscape effect there. I think you really are not describing a landscape character effect. I appreciate it might be significant we say not, from a visual point of view, but landscape character, that distance?
The effect of the character of being within a wider wind farm landscape when you're up on the higher ground in the Lauder Common area, I would say that that has impacts on the character of the common itself.
All right. But if we go to your inquiry report again at 3-4, page 3, electronic page 5, what you describe there for LCT is within the area of Lauder Common where the proposed development is experienced against a largely undeveloped setting with wild qualities and expansive horizons. Proposed wind farm will be sited with an undeveloped portion of the view. Now, if we go to KA1, we can see that within this landscape character type, noting this is a landscape assessment, 360 degrees appreciation of what's happening to landscape character, we can see to the north, within this type, you've got Dunlaw wind farm, quite a large development. In the middle of LCT 91, we've got Turbine. And to the south, under the same landscape type, we've got Long Park. You've got 3 wind farms already within this LCT, correct?
That's correct in terms of the wider LCT area, but I'm referring to specifically the Lauder Common area of that LCT.
I see. So are you the significant landscape character, cumulative landscape character effects that you see don't extend to the whole of LCT 91, just to the Lauder Common area of LCT 91. Is that right?
Yes, that's right, and that's what I've referred to in the report.
Yes, okay. It's not clear, to be fair, from your evidence, but so which area, looking at KA1, do you think would be significantly affected?
So the area in proximity to viewpoint 11,
Yep.
where you find there is a core path running through, and then there is a right-of-way which runs along the high ground to the north as well. And the effects within that recreational area and context would be of introducing wind farms, which currently there are wind farms in the context, but they are lower in the landscape and don't have the same prominence, which Greystone now sits quite high above the skyline and will be much more prominent and much more dominant within the view.
Yeah, I'm not convinced you're talking about landscape effects still. If you go to 711C, if you wouldn't mind, this is the Nature Scott landscape character assessment again, but it's the one for LCT 91, the plateau grassland. And if we look at the key characteristics of this whole landscape character type, can we see that wind farms are already a key characteristic of this LCT?
I think that the wind farm development is referred to in the northern and central parts.
Yes, you're correct.
And not
You're
necessarily
right to
within
correct
the
me,
zone.
they're the northern and central parts. But not, you're saying, the area of Lauder Common.
The area of Lauder Common, I would say, is out with wind farm context currently in terms of the perception of the qualities when you're moving around within it, because of the siting of Toddleburn, which sits below the skyline, and Long Park, which only pops up occasionally. And so the current experience of the characteristics of that area are not a wind farm landscape.
Okay. Well, the reporter has a note of our differences there. we disagree, obviously. And finally, on landscape issues, we come to a phrase you used, wind farm landscape. Go to your precognition, would you, at paragraph 3.1. I'm sorry, stupid boy. 311. What you say there, significant effects on the Moorfoots and Lammermoor Hills and Plateau, LCT 90 and 91, would mean the wind farms have become a characteristic feature, a wind farm landscape rather than merely a landscape with occasional wind farms. What source are you using for these terms, wind farm landscape and landscape with occasional wind farms?
I think that they are widely used, recognised ways to describe a landscape which moves from being undeveloped and with occasional wind farms into a landscape which is characterised by wind farm development. It's used within Nature Scott's landscape character assessment guidance regularly.
Yes, but it's not a term which we found in your review, it's not a term we found in your inquiry report. It just crept into your precognition in one paragraph here. And I thought to myself, this is the first time you use these terms. Let's see if we have a common understanding of what they mean. So if we go to, have you found these terms used in a Scottish Borders context?
In terms of policy?
In terms of any policy or guidance?
I've found these terms used generally, and I don't think I've pulled them from anything specific in terms of Scottish Borders policy.
If we go to CD 712, which is the landscape capacity study, we go to page 8, electronic page 16. It's CD 712, part 2, sorry, of 712. Or was it? Oh, God. Part 1, sorry. On internal page 8. We can see those terms actually defined, can't we, for the purposes of the capacity study. Have you come across this text before?
I didn't refer to this directly within this review, if that's what you're referring to. But I've come across the definitions and the...
All right, fair enough. And so we have a landscape with no wind turbines, which is obvious what that means. A landscape with occasional turbines, where the landscape experience is such that they are not of such a size, number, extent or contrast in character, they become one of the defining characteristics of the landscape, so not a key characteristic. Landscape with wind farms, they become one of the defining characteristics of character, however clearly separate and not the single most dominant characteristic. And the wind farm landscape, which is the term you used, it's a landscape type of area with wind farms and or wind turbines are extensive, frequent, nearly always visible, dominant, defining characteristic. Nevertheless, a defined separation between principal developments. So I want to know what you're saying. Are you saying that, how would you define LCT 91? Is that a landscape with wind farms?
In the current situation,
Yeah.
I think that and we're talking about the broader LCT or the Loader Common area, which I was referring to in the report
I'm talking about LCT 91 as a whole.
as a whole. I think LCT 91 as a whole is a landscape with wind farms currently.
Yeah, okay. And LCT 90, what do you say that is at present?
LCT 90, which is the host landscape, the moorland upland landscape, is a landscape, I think I'd have to think about that one. That one is moving towards being a wind farm landscape, and I think it's classed as a wind farm
Really?
landscape currently.
LCT 90 is?
LCT 90,
At present, you've got cow count and, hang on, let's just get this clear. Cow count and, no, wool muirs in another landscape completely. You've got cow count and Bobie, you've just got two. And Bobie is right out to the west. Are you really saying that LCT 90 is now a wind farm landscape?
no, potentially it's a landscape with wind farms.
I suggest to you it's a landscape with occasional wind farms at the moment. And I suggest to you that with the addition of Greystone now, it might tip over into a landscape with wind farms, or it might remain, given the distances between the wind farms, a landscape with occasional wind farms. But by no definition could it be called a wind farm landscape.
I think that you might be correct with the offsets and the differences, and I might be thinking more of the potential when the new wind farms are introduced. But I think looking from a viewpoint such as viewpoint 7 is certainly looking at potential wind farm.
Is that Windleshore?
Windleshore.
Yeah.
Potential wind farm landscape developing.
I suggest you're wrongly calibrated, though, I have to say, that looking at the terms as defined in 712, that we are very, very far from being a wind farm landscape here. A landscape with occasional wind farms, yep. Landscape with wind farms, yes, in LCT 91, potentially in LCT 90, but not quite yet. But a wind farm landscape, that's going a step too far, I suggest.
I think that the reference in the report really is of the creeping movement towards a wind farm landscape, and certainly the effect from Loader Common, which is what I was referring to specifically, would be of the panorama to the west becoming repeatedly affected by wind farms, and for the full panorama. And because of the elevation of that area, that the experience would be that to the west, to the south for glimpse views, and to the north to Toddleburn, you would be encountering wind farms.
Let's just turn finally, therefore, to test that one stage further. I've really got to engage with you on this point, to viewpoint 11, which is the Loader Common viewpoint itself, which is the point from which you perceive the change in landscape character that you are describing. I think, if you don't mind, we'll use the wireframe, which is visualization. Do we need two of them? Is it just 1D?
If you want to, yeah, for just a while, but if you want to.
Which one? Sorry, I'm just making sure I got the right figure here. Yeah, I'm looking for the... Is that the one, isn't it?
Whilst Mr. Trinick's giving us, I'm just indicating no discourtesy to anyone. I'm going to make my departure to get ready for a 5:30 call. I don't think I'm going to miss very much, but I can catch up on the broadcast later.
You're going to miss an awful lot.
you had a call. That's absolutely fine. We'll see you tomorrow, Mr. Finlay. Thank you.
Much obliged. I'm sure I missed the most important part of the day, Mr. Turner.
You have. If you go to viewpoint 11, you go to visualization 11A, you can see, because it carries straight on, doesn't it? Yeah. You can see the southwestern part of the view. So you've got Long Park popping its head up. Then you've got Scored Law. Looking at the cumulative position, obviously that's not consented. I would discount Leitham Water, almost nothing is visible. And then going on to, you've got Bowby, barely visible. You've got Greystone now, clearly. Torfican is barely visible. Carcant is there, but they're small turbines, and further away you've got Woolmuir. And then going around to the west and northwest, you've got Toddleben and Dunlaw. Now, I'd suggest to you, as a final point on this, that what you're looking at there may be a significant visual effect, but at that distance, there's no possibility of it being a significant cumulatively significant landscape effect, and in turn, no possibility of perceiving a wind farm landscape. A landscape with wind farms may be, but no further. So a reporter's note, if you give your final answer on that point.
I think that the experience has to be understood in terms of the contrast to the characteristics of the landscape which you're passing through. The Lorda Common area is noted for the isolated and the wilder qualities and the remoteness, and that even though you're not walking through a development, through the wind farms, that the siting of them within the wider landscape does then bring them into the characteristics, and it does affect the characteristics and the landscape character of that site. Okay. Even though they are perceived as a view, it can still affect the experience and the characteristics of the receiving landscape. Well,
thanks for your answers so far. We're very clear where we're apart on that. We are apart, and I'll leave it there until tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Right. Thank you both, Ms. Platt and Mr. Trinick. It is definitely an appropriate time to draw proceedings to a close for today. Thank you to everybody for taking part and for your contributions. We will reconvene tomorrow morning at 9:30 for the remainder of this session into landscape and visual impact. If you could ensure that you are here for 9:20 at the very latest. As I said earlier today, you can leave everything set up, but I perhaps wouldn't leave laptops or anything valuable in the room, just in case. I shall see you all in the morning. Thank you very much.